I'm Ying, and I won't lose myself, no matter what. This is perfect for practice. This
5
is
seconds
perfect for
till the
practice.
enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them!
Put that on Melissa's tab. This is perfect for practice. Put that on Melissa's tab. Life is bittersweet, living with light and darkness. Brace yourself!
First blood.
Well, that settles that. Let's swap with our fist.
I'm bound by nothing, be it family or destiny.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
My choice is infallible.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash
This
them.
suits me. My choice is infallible. My choice is infallible. A bit of arbitrariness won't hurt anybody. Off with you!
Blood.
On my words. Now.
Foolishness can cost lives. Now begins the fun part. That's it. On my word. Bullseye. Bullseye. On my word. Bullseye. Oops. On my word. On my word. On my word. My word. Start over. On my word. Try to escape.
Double kill.
Pointless effort.
Triple kill. To my feet. Miss the target. Try to escape. Watch my blade. On my word. You have slain an enemy.
On my word. untamable. Why tame people anyway?
Victory!
story to share with your kids. Discover the new Kinder Joy veterinary toys for a cute adventure together. New Kinder veterinary toys. Find them in Kinder Joy.
As a mom, I can care for them when they're sick or protect them from harmful germs. I choose new Safeguard with complete 10 germ protection. Unlike another antibac soap, it protects against 10 types of harmful germs. Bakit ka pa nataya sa iba?
Lagi kitang tinatanaw, lahat ng kilos at galaw, aking sinusubaybayan, pinapantayan. Araw-gabi ako'y saksi sa bawat luha at hapdi. Hirap ng iyong dinadala ay nadarama. Kung nalalaman mo lamang na ako'y nag-aabang ng pag-ibig mo. Kung mamahalin mo lang ako, langit ang ibibigay sa'yo. Di ka na kailan muling luluha, pangako ko sa'yo. Kung mamahalin mo lang ako, hindi ka na mangangamba. Sa puso ko ika'y nag-iisa. Kung mamahalin mo lang ako. Lagi akong nakatingin, naghihintay na mapansin, kahit isang sulya man lang ay tatanggapin. Hanggang kailan magdurusa, makita ka sa piling niya. Hanggang kailan pagmamasdan, ika'y masaktan. Sana ay nalalaman mo na may nagmamahal sa'yo. Ito lang ako. Kung mamahalin mo lang ako, langit ang ibibigay sa'yo. Di ka na kailan muling luluha pa, pangako ko sa'yo. Kung mamahalin mo lang ako, hindi ka na mangangamba. Sa puso ko ika'y nag-iisa. Kung mamahalin mo lang ako. lahat ng kilos sa galaw, aking sinusubaybayan, pinapantayan. Araw-gabi ako'y saksi sa bawat luha at habig. Hirap ng iyong dinadala ay nadarama. Kung nalalaman mo lamang na ako'y nag-aabang ng pag-ibig mo, kung mamahalin mo lang ako, langit ang ibibigay sa'yo. Di ka na kailan muling luluha, pangako ko sa'yo. Kung mamahalin mo na ako, hindi ka na mangangamba. Sa puso ko ika'y nag-iisa. Kung mamahalin mo na ako, lagi akong nakatingin, naghihintay na mapansin. Kahit isang sulya man lang ay tatanggapin. Hanggang kailan magdurusa, makita ka sa piling niya. Hanggang kailan pagmamasdan, ika'y masaktan. Sana ay nalalaman mo na may nagmamahal sa'yo. Ito lang ako. Kung mamahalin mo lang ako, langit ang ibibigay sa'yo. Di ka na kailan muling luluha pa, pangako ko sa'yo. Kung mamahalin mo lang ako, hindi ka na mangangamba. Sa puso ko ika'y nag-iisa. Kung mamahalin mo lang ako, mamahalin mo lang ako, langit ang ibibigay sa'yo. Di ka na kailan muling luluha pa, pangako ko sa'yo. Kung mamahalin mo lang ako, hindi ka na mangangamba. Sa puso ko ika'y nag-iisa. Kung mamahalin mo lang ako,
Nutella, start your day with happiness.
for fast relief mula sa baratong ilong. Anytime, anywhere. Vicks Inhaler.
Ang iyong mga larap, ang iyong mga pangako, ako lang. Kahit nasaan ka man, malayo o malapit man, ang pag-ibig ko'y iyong lamang. Ika'y pangarap ko sa tuwina, lagi kang laman ng isip. Ikaw ang siyang tibok na dibdib. Kahit na anong mangyari, ikaw at ikaw pa rin. Wala akong ibang iibigin. Lulubog ang lilitaw, ang buwan at araw, patuloy pang lalakad ang panahon. Ako'y magmamahal sa'yo, hindi ito magbabago. Pag-ibig ko'y laging laan-laan sa'yo. Minamahal, minamahal kita. Lagi kong minahada, yak kung anong sarap, ang iyong mga mata na minsan. Pag ikaw ay kapili, nalilimot ang sarili. Sana'y huwag nang matapos ang gabi. Lulubog ang lilitaw, ang buwan at araw, patuloy pang lalakad ang panahon. Ako'y magmamahal sa'yo, hindi ito magbabago. Pag-ibig ko'y laging laan-lamang sa'yo. Minamahal, minamahal kita. Lulubog ang lilitaw, ang buwan at araw, patuloy pang lalakad ang panahon. Ako'y magmamahal sa'yo, hindi ito magbabago. Pag-ibig ko'y laging laan-lamang sa'yo. Minamahal, minamahal kita. Minamahal, minamahal kita.
Bros, and over at EWC, the venue is actually called the Boulevard, and there are a lot of things to do over here. And I heard that there's actually a place that we could pet dogs. So do you like dogs?
Yeah, a lot.
Do you like dogs?
Of course.
Wow, he likes dogs. Both of them like dogs. So you guys want to go see cute dogs inside? Let's go? Okay, let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Hey, guys. Whoa! Oh my god, so many dogs! Okay, what's your favorite dog breed?
All of them.
All of them. You?
Oh, this one.
Oh, this one? Dude, it's a statue. Look there. We can touch stuff. They're looking at us. Let's go. So cute. Hello, babies. Oh my god, this one is so lambing. It's so clingy. Oh,
Yeah, they're so cute.
Coach Yep. Why did you say that's Coach Yep?
The face there.
Oh my god, that's a tiger. Hi, babies. Whoa. This is one huge. Coach Yep. That's Coach Yep. Which one is Coach Why Not?
Oh, the big one. This. The boss.
So guys, right now we are petting dogs over here at the, I guess we could call this like the petting area. Which one do you like so far?
I think this so cute, like flying sun.
Yeah, I think I like this one the most.
This one? He's so chunky.
The face like that. So cute.
Okay, let's go move in there. There's a lot of dogs. Guys, look at the bridge. Oh my god, this is so This one looks like Coach Yep. A baby Coach Yep. Look, it's sleeping. Adi.
Yeah, so small.
Coach Adi. Sans. Mayang Maya? Yeah, which one? Which one is Sans?
This one is keyboard said this is guns. Yeah, so cute.
Cute. Like sans always like. This one like Kelra. This the tiger one.
Tiger like how?
Yeah.
Because so wild.
Yeah, so wild and different. Like out.
One of a kind.
Yes.
Special.
Special.
one.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. What should we name him?
Yes, Paddington.
Paddington. Okay, Paddington. We have made a collective agreement that this is Paddington. But Coach Yep! Coach Yep!
Oh my god, it's cool.
Oh my god, he has a hoodie! Oh my goodness! Hoodie! Such a cutie! Oh my god, he looks like a bad boy. Oh, baby, no. That's inappropriate, yes. Kelra! Call Kelra.
Yeah. Come here.
Kelra don't like you anymore.
Adi. Adi.
So guys, they said that this dog looks like Coach Adi because he's. Oh, he likes. Oh, they like you, boy. Look at him. Call him here. Here. Oh, he wants the mic. Which one's Lupi?
No, I haven't seen one yet.
I haven't seen one yet. What about Savero?
Savero.
What's wrong?
No. Some water. But
Tivoy, you said pee?
yeah, little. It's okay.
It's all part of the experience, huh? Let's go to the big dogs, guys. Will they bite? I don't think so. See, they all look like good boys. Whoa. He doesn't like, he's like, guys, no cameras, please. No paparazzi shots. Okay, guys, so how do you find the dog experience so far?
Yeah, super fun. They're so cute. And a lot of the dogs look like our friends. Yeah.
I'm currently carrying Coach Adi, right? You said?
This one looks Paddington.
Yeah, see? Oh my god, like a gangster, bad boy, bro.
Tivoy, do you enjoy?
Yeah, my mood is too good.
You feel better after playing the dogs? Oh, I don't feel tired
Yeah.
anymore. Okay, now I just want to say that I wish you guys the best of luck in your journey this MSC. I hope you guys manage to perform well and, achieve your goals. Is there anything you guys want to say to the people watching this?
Yeah, thank you for supporting us and watching us. And don't forget to feed your dogs, maybe.
What about you, boy?
Yeah, don't forget to come and enjoy the dog. Like this one, Kelra. Oh, you see? Hey, Kelra. Wrong place, Kelra. Come on, Kelra. See? So cute. And then so many energy. Like special dog. Like Kelra.
One of a kind. Now, if you guys want to meet, according to them, their friends in dog form, I think you guys can drop by the Boulevard to enjoy the stuff we have here, as well as witness the knockout stages of MSC 2025. Thank you so much to Kyrie and Kiboy, and thank you guys for watching this video. See you guys around. Bye!
Bro. You, bro. Bro. Can you hear me, bro? Bro. Ano yun? Hello guys, it's King Kong and Kelra, and we're here. We are about to play Can You Hear Me, Bro? Don't touch. Don't touch my. Don't touch my blue. You, don't touch my blue. Don't touch you. Don't touch my blue. Don't touch my. My. Ang hirap. Dali lang to. Don't touch my blue. Don't touch my blue. Don't touch my blue. Nice. We will. Yan, tama. We will be the champion. Yun. Can you hear me? Me. Can you hear me, bro? Bro. B. Hindi ko naman kasi sabi mo. B-R-O. Can you hear me, bro? Chu. Kick. Karina. Chu. Knock. Chu. Oh, kick. Karina. Chu, kick Karina. Into. Khalid. Karina. To Khalid. Napakahirap. Hero. Nathan. Mga ganito, ano yun? I-search mo nila ano? N. Nathan. Natalia. N. Nana. Karina. Mage. Nana. Nathan, Natalia, and Nana. R. In the bush. Nathan, Natalia, and Nana are in the bush. Ay! Stop. Feeding. Are you crazy? Crazy. Stop feeding. Are you crazy? That's it. It was too easy for us. Sorry. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Don.
Got. No.
Don. Hello guys, I'm Kiboy from Onyx Sport, and now me and Kyrie want to play some games. Let's go. We will.
We will play.
We will
Be.
be
Will be
the champion.
the champion. Oh, okay.
Nice. Don't
Goal.
touch my blue.
Don't.
Don't
Don't touch. Don't touch
my
my head. Brain.
blue.
My hair. Blue.
Don't touch my blue.
Don't touch my blue.
Stop feeding.
Feeling.
Little.
Stop feeling. Feeding. Feeding.
Stop feeding. Are you crazy?
Are you crazy? Stop feeding. Are you crazy?
Nathan.
Nathan.
Nathan Natalia.
Natalia.
N. Nana.
Nana.
Yeah.
Nana.
Nathan, Natalia, N. Nana.
Nathan. Natalia.
N.
N. N.
Nana.
Nana.
R.
R.
In.
Here.
In.
In. In.
Yeah. The bush.
Are in the bush. Oh.
Nathan,
Natalia, and Nana are in the bush.
Mantap,
Nice.
guys. Nice. Chow.
Cow. Joe. Joe.
Chow kick.
Choki.
Karina.
Kaja.
Karina.
Karina. Choki Karina.
Into.
Into.
Khalid.
Khalid.
Chow.
Choki Karina. Into Khalid.
Yeah. Can.
Chicken.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Bro.
Bro.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, bro? We just finished playing. Can you hear me, bro? So thank you guys for watching, and don't forget to support us at PWC.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Go for it. S5t to knock up onto King Kong somehow gets to immune himself though. But then Malcuti, he gets stunned by Kurt.
Onyx Philippines are really good, but it does feel like this meta doesn't really suit as well as M6. At the M6 World Championships, they were amazing. Here, with King Kong forced to use other assassins, not those snowballing types, utility junglers too, he has really dropped a bit.
Para sa akin, sobrang laki ng difference ng M6 sa AWC. Dahil nung M6, confident na masabi ko na na parang sobrang dali ng naging run namin. Super confident namin na tayo na yun. Compared sa run nung season 15 ng PL papuntang EWC. Masabi ko na lahat ng teams nakapag-adapt na sa current meta. Tsaka sa mga naging bagong meta, sobrang bilis sila naka-adapt.
But in the group stage, for me, it's good that they got a reality check very early in. Now in the knockouts, they should be prepared. They should have already found out their weaknesses, and it should be mostly King Kong and Assassins.
Two base turrets will fall. Onyx again. One end.
The damage from King Kong doesn't even allow the feathered airstrike to be casted.
Para sa akin, unang-una yung isa sa pinakamalaking impact ni Kalor sa team yung yung pagiging leader niya pagdating sa mga tournament since sa aming 5, siya yung pinaka-experienced.
Mga natutunan ko sa mga fast na naging teammate ko, ayun siguro mga natulong ko sa kanila. Tapos yung siguro nadala namin ng coach ko, ni Coach Tony, tapos dito sa Koy. Hope ko na magkatapat kami ng team sa finals. Sa face versus face, patagal lang kasi hindi nangyari.
Yes, I believe that this is the team that could win the championship again. 100% confident.
SRG, group stage, they were shaky.
Everyone falling. Only Innocent here goes into the base. Oh my lord, Innocent walks it over. Gets it call. Count him in. Innocent. He's trying everything to save this game. They're gonna go for the base. Allows the Red Giants. OG Esports fall to the dark horse.
Just like M6.
Winter crowd the base. Red Giants have fallen.
But just like M6, they managed to get through.
And SRG will tell them it wasn't luck at all.
Okay, so first things off, I feel like Stormy is going to be a standout. That goes beyond how he's able to manage and control the mid lane. Literally is the guy who just wants to set things up for his team.
It's happening here. As a Stormy gets affected. Over two. As it comes down and combo divides a raging sandstorm. And AOG. That's a double.
Achieve whatever we achieved during our journey or last year. We just want more dream and dream again to be best of the best like the good. So
Oh, they're gonna fight for this one too. Innocent grabs one and looks for another. Gets the double. Opie falls. Innocent gets the triple. Going for the maniac. He has to get space. He gets that. He gets the savage.
for me, I'm really proud of the guys because he improved a lot from last year. His gameplay and his skills on hockey.
Nice to Jin with the chase. Got him. Oh, he got through. He dashed
choose against Vitus Pro because enemy is kinda aggressive to us. The feeling is so intense.
After losing M6, people look down on us, and we want to prove that we are still the strong team like last year, and that's our biggest motivation for this year.
You will. Ah! Hello everyone, I'm Sanford from Team Liquid, and today I'm with my sons and duo, Sanji. So today we're gonna play a game called Can You Hear Me Bro? So let's start. So what should be the first? Oh. Can you hear me bro? Can you hear me bro? Ah! Can you hear me bro? Five words. Five letters. Words. 5 words. Points? 5 words. Can you can do? No. No. Can you So I guess do. Okay. It's can you hear me bro? So okay. The next one is 5 again. 5 words. We will. Next. Don't. Okay. Touch. Don't touch baby. Okay. Next. 5 words. D. Stop. D. Stop. Cup. Stop. Yeah. Feeding. Stop feeding. Full sentence. Stop feeding. Are you crazy? Stop feeding. Are you crazy? Joking. Okay, I'm gonna skip this one. First word. Nathan. Action. Oh. Punch. Rage. No. Assassin. No. Fighter. No. Marksman. Yeah. Nathan. Natalia. What's that? Natalia. I'm gonna skip this one. Nathan, Natalia. Bro, you haven't guessed anything, so okay. Last one is Cho. Kick. Karina. Karina. Nathan. No. Chu. Kick. Karina. Karina. Yeah. Into. Galit. Combo. Hero. Into bush. Sand. Yeah. Chuki Karina. Into sand. No. Hero. Into floor. No, hero. Into map. Sa map. In the Mobile Legends. I give up. Hey. Chu kicked Karina into Khalid. Hindi mo sinabi hero. I said hero. Hopefully you enjoyed the game and we haven't guessed anything, so yeah. See you in MC and thank you for watching. Tutu. Hello guys, I'm Yubs.
And I'm Innocent.
And I'm Cam guys. We are from SRGOG. So today we're going to play Guess a Hero. It's pretty easy lah. You already know Chol by looking at his face. Okay. Look at his face. Oh.
Yung ginagamit sa mga pangit. Yung kamukha.
Aulus?
Hindi.
Paano mo? Easy lah. You don't know.
This is the clue.
Second one.
Oh.
No sure, right? Yeah. You already know. Yo, what's coming from there? Yeah. What assassin? Yeah.
Tutu.
Yeah.
Answer?
No.
Karina?
No. He can go everywhere.
Keep?
No. Assassin. He can go here and then go everywhere.
Funny.
Yay.
How will you guess it, guys?
How will you guess it?
Drawing.
This one is super easy.
know this. I think Krang know this because he played this hero a lot.
Obvious?
No.
3 times. Balen?
No.
Lucas?
No.
Apo?
No.
Carmela?
No.
Oh!
You know?
Ting, ting, ting.
Ting, ting, ting.
Pop, pop, pop. He can push people. Kadita.
No.
Selena.
No.
What is Zaytan? Zetian?
Yeah.
You should have put circle to this.
Still the same. Just stand. That's what I'm saying.
There's a lot of people that got stuck.
Okay, no.
Oh, G swap.
Let's go, sir. Huh? What is that?
So land.
Okay.
Mike's money.
Yeah, mas man.
One.
Yeah, one.
Easy la.
You also go there. Oh, that's.
You should have just throw.
So, alright guys, we already done with the games. See you in the tournament, guys.
And support us.
You know what's funny? Just yesterday we were saying, there's no way SRG do it twice.
Yeah. And then, Innocent decides to turn the entire game into a highlight reel.
I mean, back-to-back grand finals. Kid's got ice in his veins.
And now they're just, one step away from becoming a dynasty.
But then across the stage, you see Team Liquid Philippines. They've got the GOAT, Carl Teasy. They've got Michael Sanford. They're here for redemption.
But honestly, today, whoever steps into this arena will not matter anymore.
Because when the lights come on, there's only one name that gets remembered.
This is the final day of MSC Knockout Stage. And today, legacies either live or die.
As the sun shines brightly high over the sands of Riyadh and the Boulevard, we welcome you in the journey to the sunset of the Mid-Season Cup here at the Esports World Cup. As by the end of this day, we will crown a new champion, or maybe even crown our first ever back-to-back champion for MSC. Welcome to the grand finals day of MSC 2025 here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Redmore. I am joined here by Naisu and Destroyer. And before we get to the grand finals though, we have to meet two teams who got what they wished for, but not in the way that they expected.
Yeah, man. I think a lot of people didn't they were hoping for an Onyx versus Onyx grand final, but they got to get the third place match. I think nonetheless, both our matches today are going to be phenomenal. Hopefully we get the full thing too. Hopefully we get the full series, even for our third place match.
But still, it's a good thing for the cup. It's still Onyx versus Onyx. And for the viewers, definitely, it's hype 1000%.
Yeah, it is an interesting story for the Onyx versus Onyx battle for the third matchup we're going to be seeing start things off for grand finals day. But before we got to this moment, we got to see some epic action yesterday. We saw 5 games between SRG against RRQ. We saw 4 games against Team Liquid and Onyx ID. So now we are going to be witnessing the top plays of yesterday brought to us by Kadia. Just to give you a little bit of a lowdown of what you expected. Destroyer, you were here yesterday. You were working. What was your overall feeling with SRG versus Onyx?
Oh, SRG, the king's back, the boss of this gym back, and I really liked it. I was kind of worried during the group stage about SRG OG, but yesterday, such a good performance, and they beat Onyx. That's kind of tough.
Yeah, I think I have to correct myself. I think I name dropped RRQ a little bit earlier. It's SRG, Onyx, and TLPH. Onyx, I have to remind myself, we got 2 Onyx yesterday. Because there was a moment in my head where I was thinking, wait, Onyx couldn't play twice yesterday. Well, right, it's because one's PH, one's ID.
It's fine, man. So many people now are used to either the Team Liquids or the Onyx. We get it mixed up sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had amazing matches. I was holding on to the edge of my seat. Unfortunately, I couldn't watch inside. They've been packed, by the way, the stadiums here, as you guys can see from the clips. But nonetheless, I love how the players are just as energized, and they're into it as much as the audience, because you see these clips of them too, and they've been thrown around the social media because of just how intense it is. And it's also, I know there's been a debate about how close the tables are, but I mean, they seem to love it.
Well, I mean, you saw there the reaction of Keyboy Sanford, but right now a lot of I love yous being said from both sides. If you haven't seen it, Keyboy's face is literally everywhere right now on social media. But yeah, because of the action that we saw yesterday, because Team Liquid Philippines took down Onyx, because SRG took down Onyx Philippines, it's now Liquid versus SRG OG.
That's kind of interesting thing. Also, we discussed yesterday with Leo and Rafael about what's harder, to sit here and watch the games, or to be at the venue like a viewer and to cheer up for your team. What's harder? What do you think?
This is supposed to later we are going to be in the grand final supporting.
Yeah.
That's a tough question. What do you think, Nestor?
You know what? Because we are so used to being casters, I enjoy the fact that we get these moments where we get to be fans. That's how we all started.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it later on.
Yeah, I've never experienced playing, so I'll just say, you know what? Being a fan is harder. But I'm pretty sure it comes with its own challenge being a player, especially when you have this amount of money looming over your heads, the prize pool. Just to remind you, 4th place and 3rd place, Onyx is an organization who solidify themselves being able to walk away with at least $400,000 US. And later, it's Liquid and SRG fighting for the $1 million, and the 2nd place getting $500,000.
That's actually crazy. I mean, people have been, I feel like, talking about this too. But yeah, at the end of this 3rd place match, Onyx, the organization, is still winning essentially. So, they're going to be fighting for that pride, I guess, to go ahead and say, like, we were the better Onyx today.
It's kind of funny. No matter what's going to happen, Onyx going to win.
Yeah. I think that's like the best way to, one of the things that a lot of people have been saying about this series for Battle for Third, it's like, at the end of the day, Onyx as an organization wins. So maybe a little bit later we'll be able to dive deeper into that matchup. We have to look at the big umbrella looming over the Esports World Cup, which is the Club Championship rankings brought to us by STC. So yesterday we saw one Liquid Carlson get a lot of points and another title for Liquid, and now that launches them to the top of the standings. If I'm not mistaken, that's Team Liquid's first title win in the Esports World Cup. And now later today, we might see another Carl, TZ, potentially add 250 more points into the standings.
So now if you want to have a child out there, start it with Carl. At least throw Carl in the name. But so, and also this is updated for our viewers out there. This is currently updated. So if Team Liquid happens to win today, they add what, 250? Is it 250 points? 250 points.
Additional points, and that's what they need, because Club Championship is super important for EWC and overall, like for all the teams, for all the organizations. Maybe the priority is even more than like if we choose the different games. Like so, that's why Team Liquid got an amazing opportunity to lead this sport.
Yeah, again, that extra 250 looming over Team Liquid. No, because of some things we have to acknowledge though, Onyx actually will not be getting points from their performance here at MSC at the Esports World Cup. Since they have two organizations under one title, they will not be getting points, and which is why you actually are not going to be seeing Onyx in this ranking so far because of their performance in MLBB. So I've been seeing a lot of questions about that. That's us clearing it up for you viewers out there. I think it's time for us to revisit the power rankings because I think there are a few things that were subverted. We placed Onyx PH in the A tier, Onyx ID in the S tier, but in the A tier SRG OG, I think they have successfully exceeded a lot of expectations.
They have, but when I look at this, I still think generally coming into this, you gotta remember, this was probably the most competitive international we've had in general, especially here for MSC at EWC. But, you know, I would say a lot of people, based off the groups too, would still have put SRG there. But now, yeah, there's something about it. They've said this in the broadcast, something about Riyadh where they just unlock this, like, potential in SRGOG. And now, yeah, you could definitely say they're an S-tier team after what we've seen even just yesterday.
Yeah, well, something that nice to say, Destroy. I know you've also been casting and being even an MLBB talent for a good amount of time. Real quick, do you agree with him that this is one of the most, if not the most competitive international tournament we've had?
Yes, absolutely. And I want to add one thing and to remind you about the situation about SRG. Why, like tier A? Because during the group stage they underperformed. Actually,
that's true.
That's the reason. Also, never forget about it.
Yeah, and that's what makes the story of SRG a little bit more interesting. The fact that they made it back to the grand finals. The fact that there is a chance they'll be the first ever two-time MSC champions. Now, it's time for one of my favorite segments that we have in the panels all across MLBB Esports here, the Esports World Cup. It's the Dr. Sports Hot Takes, brought to us by the Al Habib Medical Group. Naisu, you actually had one that you told me. What was your hot take?
Hey, my hot take was basically, no matter what happens here, Onyx should take the boys both sides to Japan. Because they have, I mean, either way, whoever gets third or fourth, you're plenty of money, and I think after all this, they deserve to have some fun.
By the way, Coach here promised them if they go to the grand finals, but the question, if they match each other for the third place, will they go to the Japan?
Yeah, but I guess that's what Naisu's hot take is. To just take them to Japan regardless. Hey, you've secured 400,000 for the org. Might as well just push on with the trip and take them to where they want to go. So hopefully, maybe a few months, maybe in a month or two. I know we have MPLs coming up so soon. At some point before the end of the year, hopefully we get to see them go on that Japan trip. I'm pretty sure the boys deserve it as well, being able to deliver for the organization in this state. Now, I think it's time for us to revisit what we're going to be expecting for the matches today. It's just two. One best of 5, one best of 7. Two teams under the same organization fight for third place, while Team Liquid Philippines will face off against SRG OG Esports in the grand finals. Two teams both seeking redemption in their own little ways. But it'll be the job of the panel later on to discuss the story of Team Liquid and SRG. We have to talk about Onyx. This isn't a hot take, but I think I have finally thought of a proper way to push the story for these two teams.
What's that?
For the longest time, it's been, we're fighting for our Onyx. We're fighting for Indo Pride, PH Pride. I think at this point, these two teams, they have to be selfish. They just have to fight for themselves, win for themselves, and think about the money they're going to win for themselves.
That's the point, actually. You know, the difference still about money, and if we speak about organization, definitely we can summarize that. But if we speak about the player, that's the difference.
Yeah, for the longest time, these two teams, they've been branded with that big picture. Because this is the first time we're going to see Onyx PH, Onyx ID in an international stage. In SPS, we were able to see them go up against each other. But now, at this point, I think to throw that all out the window, you gotta fight for something more than the big picture. Fight for the fact that you can pridefully say, like, I'm better than you, and you know it.
Yeah, this is I guess the test for the both of them. And maybe at the same point you could say, yeah, be selfish. I still think obviously we're going to see them play their hearts out. And I don't know if this is also going to bring a case where maybe, we'll talk about this later when we get to like drafts and stuff, is do we see some of that testing in the draft because they've acknowledged and accepted where they are in the third place match, I feel like, at this point. And then, you be selfish in the sense of play your best game. It's your last game here at EWC, so why not put everything on the line for a great show and a great match?
Yeah, and when you think of that kind of vibe, there's one player that comes to mind for me when it comes to Onyx Indonesia. It's Sans in the mid lane. For the longest time, he was touted as the mechanical god of mid laners, of mages. That I think whatever he ends up with in the draft needs to be something powerful that he can say, I'm going to carry this team on my own.
Also, I want to add one more thing about the compositions. You actually can create something, unpredictable. You can create a roster of heroes and create. It's like, okay, we got nothing to lose.
Yeah,
really, nothing to lose. Let's make it unpredictable for everyone, even for our dear friends.
Yeah, and speaking of unpredictability, like, I would have to just highlight Super France because even yesterday it was one of those moments where, you guys know what I'm talking about, the Spirit Destruction on the Valentina. It's like every international, this guy does something with the Valentina. And I already saw the post, it was like 2026 question mark, like what is he going to do on the Valentina then? And he's one of those players too that just like, he is a mechanically gifted player himself, and he makes big plays. And I think that's why a lot of the times, even the mid lane matchup between him and Sainz is so good, because they're both S-tier mid laners.
Yeah, and that's why hopefully, like, the fanboy in me is looking for that. A matchup in the mid lane that just allows Sans and Super Prince to show how mechanically gifted they are, especially for Super Prince. Because for the longest time, it's always been Sans, great at mechanics, but Super Prince, great on the macro. Well, because that's the heroes that he usually ends up with. But we've seen shades of that, as you mentioned, with the Mosk of Valentina and all of that, that I think there is enough room in the hero pool of Onyx to hopefully allow Super Prince to, we call it sour plays in the Philippines, just have those little moments. Would you want to see that from your mid lane, or do you think they should stick to really something a bit more stable?
No. Surprise me. Make me surprised. Yeah. And I really like that from Super Prince. And he's actually the only guy who's still taking the Valentina and making surprises for us.
Yeah. So hopefully we do get more surprises from the mid lane. In the jungle, I think we've gotten to the point where just a little bit more, how to say it, it's you already know what's coming in the jungle, right? Yeah. It's the Lancelots, yeah, all that. There's a good amount of options.
I think we have gone to that again where we've shifted, right?
Yeah.
Even leading into this, and I know we saw some of this during the interviews with some of the players in King Kong, and they're very apparent. The shift of the jungle has changed, but it's also in the sense like you still have these options where we can go utility versus assassin. We don't have to pair up utility versus utility. You don't have to do assassin versus assassin.
Yeah.
But there's clearly some teams that do it better, some junglers that work better. And I think nonetheless, it's still, I would consider it a very healthy meta that we're in.
Yeah, Destroy, what do you think? Do you agree with that?
I want to add that if we check the stats, yes, first of all, we see the nomination of the assassins, but it's not only assassins, it's actually damage dealers, because you see Alice there, and she's definitely not an assassin, and Luke is also like the fighter. But still, the utility jungler, they went to the second lane, and sometimes they appear when they need to be. Baksha, it's like 50-50 fans, but Frederick still is dominating. He's one of the best utility junglers, and still teams respect him and rely on him.
Yeah, and it's cool because you're really seeing that, yes, it is mainly a carry jungle meta, but the utility junglers are an important option to have. The total bans almost sort of double for the assassins compared to the utility, but you're actually seeing that the utility junglers, as expected, are dominating the stats in terms of control around the major objectives.
It's crazy because even yesterday we saw the Barretts come to play, right? And that's why I think utility overall is just in this position where it's like, okay, this can work, but if it's very niche lineups. The Estes came out, and I know we talked about the throwback to that lineup that we've seen in the past, but
I'm glad that there's still that option to go utility if you have to pick up assassins. For the most time, like it is assassins still being picked up. But I also think that this current trend of more kind of brawly, chaotic fighting is great that we have this, because I think it makes things really interesting. How many times have we had a first blood in under the minute?
Yeah. All right. So as we're getting closer to the match, I want to play a little game.
Oh, no.
Why are you so scared? Okay, so it's real quick.
Please don't.
I want you guys to just give me a hero, one hero that we haven't seen yet, or maybe we don't see enough of that you want to get picked in the series.
I know. Johnson.
Oh, okay.
Johnson plus Beatrix.
Oh.
See this combo.
All right, okay, let's see if Destroyer's gonna get his boost later. Johnson, Beatrix, okay, what about you?
You guys already know what I'm gonna say. Like, there's only one hero on my mind all the time, and it's Gord. We saw on the group stage. I would love to see him come out for this final day. I just throw him out, you know? I mean, like, there's already been some surprise picks in the mid lane. Why not do it here?
Okay, for me, I want it to be one that we saw only once, but it's somewhat struggled, and I've been asking for it. I want to see Cushion, man. It's not Super Friends. I want to see one of them at least with the Cushion once.
Like Troublemaker.
Yeah, just a straight up Troublemaker. If you could, yeah, Troublemaker from Easy. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like during the wild card, M5.
Yeah.
Wait, M5, right? Yeah. So he took the cushion mid lane. Let's go. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for such kind of unexpected, of unpredictable picks. I'm ready for it. Give me show.
Yeah. I think that's like the best clip that we can go for. Give me show.
Please edit that.
Yeah. And hopefully that's what we get between Onyx. Real quick, very, very fast predictions. Who do you got taking this?
Onyx. I'm leaving it at that, man. No, just Onyx Philippines.
You know, Onyx gonna win.
What's Onyx?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, he gets to do that. I'm going with Onyx Philippines.
Onyx Philippines, okay.
Actually, I also want to cheer for Onyx Philippines.
Ooh, two Onyx Philippines. Am I gonna be the Filipino who goes Onyx Indonesia here just so that we balance out our predictions?
Trust your heart.
My heart says, I don't know. My heart says Onyx wins at the end of the day. My heart desires.
You're saying with the same.
Yeah, I think we're all the same. I think we're all the same. My heart desires that we win at the end of the day, because now we have again two teams who, for the longest time, have been brothers in arms, fighting under the same umbrella. But maybe it's this tournament where they throw all of that out the window and just say, "I'm fighting for myself. I'm fighting for my reputation. I'm fighting for my pride. We both may be porcupines, but I'm better than you, and you know it." Onyx Indonesia, Onyx Philippines, welcome to the battle for third here at MSC at the Esports World Cup.
Gentlemen, welcome to the last and final day of the group stages of MSC at EWC 2025. Now, before we head on to the grand finale later on in the afternoon, we will first be watching a third placer match up against two brothers from different nations. And of course, you guys are still with Rose and Milosh for the final day.
It's a pleasure to have really borne witness to history in MLBB here at MSC 25 at the Esports World Cup. Like we said, it's the third place game, right? The stakes are not as high, but there's still a lot on the line, especially national pride between two brotherly rosters here, between both, of course, Philippines and Indonesia, that are two of the strongest regions in MLBB, with two of the best teams from those specific regions too.
Yes, you are right, Milosh. And you know what? I'm pretty sure this is like a no-pressure matchup for them, because over at the backstage, they're fooling around, they're having so much fun, and hey, they are even planning their walkouts. So to all of you guys should get ready on those walkouts. It's gonna be amazing.
We're not putting the bar very high, but we're saying they're going to be having a lot of fun. And so will we with you. Let's introduce then our team, starting off with Onyx Indonesia. As the champions of MPL Indonesia, one of the strongest regions in MLBB, they came to MSC 25 as one of the favorites to win it all. But while they fought hard to meet those expectations, they fell just short of delivering the third MSC title for their team in the Clash of Champions. Now they return once more with their heads held high to finish their EWC campaign on a high note. That note just so happens to be a big brotherly battle.
Yes, indeed, Milosh. And of course, going up against Onyx Indonesia, it is the super family from the Philippines hoping to end their MSC journey on a higher note than their brothers from Indonesia. Let us call on up Onyx Philippines! As the reigning world champions, Onyx Philippines entered the tournament looking to complete the Triple Crown. While they couldn't complete their dream run after the intense series against SRG, Onyx Philippines still has a chance for a podium finish. While this matchup was a grand finals many have dreamed of, they meet in the third place match instead with a $250,000 and the nation's pride. Ooh, I wonder what you're gonna see.
We just saw Kelra diving right on stage. That's the sort of energy we're looking for. You hyped it up, but I had no idea Kelra was going to do that. Anyways, if anything, that is a great setup for our third and fourth place matchup. So please, Onyx and Onyx, you may go to your seats. No marquees. Those have already been crushed, unfortunately. But I think it's time for us to dive headfirst into it, guys. You ready?
I am ready.
Then let's send it over. Starting off our third place matchup. Have fun.
I love how just with their walkouts, they're already giving us what we asked for. They're giving us a show. Kelra diving headfirst. Is he gonna play Faction boldly? Is that what he's trying to signal? No, I don't think so. But it's great to see that these two teams are in high spirits. I feel like this is like the most lax I've seen both Onyx squads, like with all the tension gone now. Now it's a battle for pride. Once again, welcome to our third place finals. You can redeem the code, which is case sensitive, and type that into your in-game clients, or you can scan the QR code wherever you are, wherever you're watching. We also appreciate it if you could comment, share, tell your friends if we're having this matchup. Who is gonna win? Will it be Onyx ID or Onyx BH? We're about to head into the draft. But I just love the vibe that we have on stage right now.
Think about it, man. Like, even for the audience, it's like you show up in an Onyx jersey. Which side are you rooting for, right? Because even yesterday, the support was amazing for both squads, their own respective matches, and you know, I feel like even as a fan, it would be difficult right now to decide which one to cheer for.
Yeah, you see, Kiboy said they were expecting an Onyx versus Onyx Grand Finals, but they'll just have to try again. Hopefully we'll do better at M7, that's our World Championship. As for his prediction, Team Liquid looks really strong as a whole, but Kiboy thinks that SRG still has a chance.
It's a good point. Actually, so much respect for the opponents, like OSRG. Definitely, I would like to say if we attach like the grand finals, like,
yeah,
a little bit.
Of course.
So I would like to say that SRG and Team Liquid will go full series. This, from my perspective, from what I saw yesterday.
And hopefully we do get that show, that full series that we're looking out for. Metro Zero skins, by the way, are coming out. If you haven't seen the cinematic trailer for it, search it up. The Metro Zero train is arriving at the MLBB battlefield with a stunning new series of skins where visual wonders await as cyberpunk meets traditional culture. Now, for these two teams, I want them to inject a little bit of that punk energy into this. We're asking for surprises. But I don't think we'll actually get it in game number one right away. We might have to wait a little bit later into the series for some of the more crazier picks to come out.
Yeah, maybe for game one. And actually, if we do see it in game one, I think that's the theme for the whole best of five, right? I kind of expect it. But like you mentioned, Renmo, I think you're in this position for both these teams to just be like, yeah, the pressure is not on our shoulders anymore. And we can go ahead and approach these games with that off our shoulders. And we've seen teams do that before. Where it's like when they don't have any weight on their shoulders anymore, they sometimes play better. But you know, these are two squads that already do that in and out. So if we see them just go with a standard kind of draft that we're used to seeing as we jump into it, then maybe that's the case. They're just gonna again be selfish and go for a sense of let's win this for us.
Yeah. You know, I want us to create a perfect draft for them. Like, for example, I already just imagine how Onyx, doesn't matter which of them, take Jughead and Frango, and to see the combination when you turn into to the next.
I wonder if we will get stuff like that. I mean, we might be hoping a little bit too much. At the end of the day, these two teams still do really want to win for themselves. So to be able to say that we're the third best team in the world by the end of MSC, that they win this much for their regional organization. So far, very standard bans. Onyx PH and Onyx, you really see the drafting philosophies of these two teams that we've seen all throughout MSC shown in these two bans. Now, where do we go for the first picks here? They actually go for the Baksha right away. And Kilroy picked it. Is he going Baksha Gold Lane? No, I really don't think he is.
we can only hope, right? But we've actually seen some changes or like surprise picks in the gold lane anyway throughout MSC. That's been great, but you know, this is going to be picked up rather quickly. It looks like it's going to be pretty standard. So you have the Moscow all ready for the answer for Onyx, and there's the Gatakacha, right? So I think we're just going to see a standard draft unless that the trend has been where, you know, both teams kind of save even their mid lane picks for later, and I feel like that might be the case where we see something as a surprise, but so far pretty standard.
Yeah, for now they decided just to, and this is Selena for the Super Prince. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough match now. No fun at all.
No, I mean, we do get a chance to see Super Prince put on a show with Selena, as we have before, but I think with Gatakacha and Moscow, he might have to be a little bit more careful of his timings, considering that there's a high chance that with the first two picks alone, he might get punished if he mistimes his entries as a Selena. Next pick is a very early Claw. Usually we see Claw in the second phase of the draft.
Yeah, this could also just be a case of, again, they're in a position where they can have a little, this is a little bit of fun that we're talking about, because Fanny so far has not been much at all throughout MSC. It's still picked up when, you know, and they're in high spirits, as you guys can see. But the Fanny, maybe we get to see this work. A lot of teams, when it has popped up, just a simple counter into it, like a Kufra, seem to go ahead and beat enough, or there are still those heroes that can counter into that. But, yeah, I'm glad that we at least get to see a Fanny come to play for Game 1.
At least something interesting. You know, I am against Fanny just because the win rate is super low. Yeah, not on her side, but still, it's an interesting pick, and as a match for the third place, okay, just show me mechanics. Just show me like Kyrie gonna play this hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's Kyrie on a Fanny. It's a Fanny that's been nerfed and has a very difficult window to actually pop off into a great job in game, but hey, if he makes it work, then we get highlights, we get lots of clips for social media.
I like, I don't know how many people caught it leading into, you know, when we opened up the Hados where the players were doing, can you hear me, bro? Yeah. And literally they say there, I think it was San saying to, I think it was, or Keyboy saying to Kyrie, you know, don't take my buff, basically, don't take my blue. I know we call it purple, but don't take my blue is what he was saying, don't take my buff. And that's the thing, and with a Fanny, if you lose that buff, you're in a troubled position, and with the fact that you have this vision being provided from the Selena, the Baksha over here for our Philippines, it might be difficult for him, but again, you can go ahead and continue to build up this lineup that will help the Fanny, and I think with the Gatakacha, that's already a great start, and, you know, even the Moscow in a sense.
That's not the only problem of the Fanny, actually. For now, the previous Fanny, you can go all over the map and make a lot of noise, a lot of stuff, but now it looks like you need to concentrate on one similar lane, so you don't have different choices. You need just focus on one lane. For example, just go gold, etc. Because of the energy, you can't rotate as much as before.
Okay, mid lane pick for Onyx Indonesia, not get seen as Onyx Philippines now. Show the Joe for Bruco comforts. We get Joe versus Leia, and we get either some comforts across the board here for Onyx PH. Gold. We get a jungle box ship though, so it's a utility jungle versus an assassin jungle. But it looks like Onyx PH has a lineup that can pressure the Fanny significantly more.
And this is what I was saying. Like, if you're going to see utility junglers, like we saw from the graphic there earlier on, you just have to be able to go ahead and complement it. And that is so well done because you get vision for the Selena, you have great utility with the Joe and the Edith too. And like you said, pressure. So Onyx Indonesia goes and picks up the Valentina, like we saw yesterday picked up a couple times from Onyx Philippines.
So it sounds just interesting. I also want to play Selena. Give me Selena. So actually, if we speak about the trio, I would say that the Onyx Philippines got a better triple lane.
Yeah, their lineup just looks like it can mess up the Fanny of Onyx too much, but maybe, just maybe, Sans' version of his Valentina play, and of course the Kalea for Keyboy might just be enough to ensure that Kyrie is comfortable and that Kyrie can pop off on a Fanny that has struggled all tournament long. Welcome to the battle for third, but, you know, I think it's time for us to toss you on over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Rimmer. And right here, we got Lavelle Espejo on the mic for Game Battle of Third. Welcome. This is going to be Onyx versus Onyx, Indonesia against Philippines. Which one will be a better Onyx? Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
Based on yesterday's performances, both Onyx showed very clear patterns when it comes to their jungling. And it also shows here that even though we know these two junglers to be assassin specialists, I like how King Kong just said, you know what, I'm going to hunker down, put on my big boy pants and say, we need a utility jungler, give me the Baksha.
And you know what, this is a good time to see Super Prince as well as Kara really show their stuff, because even the panel said this is going to be a battle of mechanics, and so far, I kind of feel like for all the fans, this is what they want.
We see here, Kyrie crossing over, does not get much. It's anything, Onyx locking down that little wonder. Great early prio for the Filipino squad here, given that they did end up with a lot of hard CC coming from that Cho, and even you see Kirk crossing over early.
Yeah, honestly, with this mid duo having the Cho as well as Selena, I myself am expecting a lot of tempo coming in from Onyx Philippines. If they don't do anything for the first 2 minutes, I kind of feel like for the first turtle, they could really take something here. It looks like Super Prince is not going to go over to Lupi, making sure that not going to make a lot of mistakes here.
King Kong bumping right in at the Keyboy here, and they dogpile on the Starboy, the MVP from 2023, taking out first blood for the Super Fam.
Yep, first blood goes over to Super Prince. Again, this is the tempo that Onyx Philippines really want. Making sure that Onyx ID, they don't have this tempo, especially looking at how they played yesterday. They kind of want to play slow. Something that Onyx Philippines really don't want to allow them to do.
And you can see here, they're rolling out, rotating towards the turtle, spawning in about 5 seconds while Kyrie taking his time with the small cap. He'll make it in time, no worries.
Yeah, but the question is, what is he aiming for? Because is he going to let go of the turtle? Because right now, King Kong has secured it. Looks like Kyrie doesn't have an opportunity to really do anything. It looks like Lupi is done.
He's down. Keyboy spent the flicker just to be able to get out. Once bitten, twice shy. Onyx lose doubles on that. The major objective, and they kill on their XP laner.
As of right now, Onyx Philippines, that turtle pick having 1,000 gold advantage. Onyx ID, not an amazing start. They scale relatively well with this Moskov, but hey, you know what? Kelra on this Claude, I kind of feel like the game is going to be a monster.
These porcupines play quick. Just about 2.5 minutes into, we get time to check the emblems. I'm loving the war cry on Kirk here. It's definitely a sign for him to say, you know what? We're overloaded on CC. We're very chunky as a lineup as a whole. How about I invest my major emblem talent in the damage?
Which is very interesting because Sans does not have the war cry. Usually when we see a Valentina going up against an Edith, you would opt for that too, just to make sure that you have a lot of damage. So the question is, what is Sans aiming for? Does he still want the Edith, or does he want that Wave the Dragon? Either ways, this is going to be Sans' choice. And we might be even a little bit critical considering what Super Prince did yesterday.
It's interesting how a lot of our discussions are taken away from where we usually see the discussions go when you're talking about Onyx PH. We haven't talked about Kelra. We haven't really put much of a focus on the gold standard. Here he is going toe-to-toe against Severo. Isn't this a familiar sight? Is this not the same grand finals match we saw in an SPS earlier this year?
Yep, all the way from Johor Bahru. Severo at that point made his name, but again, going up against Kelra, it really gave a reality check as of right now, it looks like for both gold laners, they're just having gold lane experience, just farming it up, not really getting involved with anything. I don't know. Tournament 2, maybe they'll start joining.
Coming up, same spot, upper quarter. Kelra here, just covering the exit point for Savero. The SOD could come out anytime. Kyrie securing his purple buff here. Doesn't want to be 2 seconds too late to the turtle like he was in the first.
Well, at least this time, Lupi is unleashing the turtle over. But now looks like 4 members of Onyx Philippines is ready to start a fight. No figure is going to be used by Kurt.
Lupi covering it up. Keyboy gets one. That's a lot of damage dropping in. Blazing wet SOD thrown out. A lot of damage from Onyx ID. But Onyx PH are so chunky. Killer takes down Lupi. Few more stray bullets hitting Sans. No one is able to come into the turtle just yet. Onyx ID just off for 1 loss.
Yeah, good engage coming in from Onyx ID, but just not enough damage here. And Kurt really making it difficult for them to go in because that return damage is so strong. But now Onyx ID is fast to the trigger. Kai was able to go back base, recover, and now they want to go for the turtle.
Here comes King Kong! Does not get the retribution. The wall between him and the major objective. Onyx ID scores 1. Kyrie blasting away Brusco, the enforcer, setting up a defensive barrier. Does not allow Onyx ID to push on forward. The porcupine from Indonesia able to score.
And we can definitely see Kyrie is trying to balance out aggression as well as being careful, because having Brusco on this show, you don't want to underestimate him, because the moment you want to overcommit, you might get hit. So this is good coming in from Kyrie. Try to see how much damage you're able to deal without getting caught.
Put that on a t-shirt. Overcommit, get kicked. And Onyx ID know that he can do the same. But it takes a 2-step process, Lavelle. Sans needs to be able to see Brusco first. Sans needs to be able to see Kirk first. At that point, who do you prioritize?
I don't know, man, because at this point, I'm even thinking, what is Onyx ID waiting for? Are they waiting for Severo? Are they waiting for Sans? Are they waiting for an amazing engage by Keyboy or Lupi? Because at this time, it looks like they're buying time. The question is, buying for what?
It's a big question, because even I'm confused. 6 minutes in, we haven't seen Sans pick up a big ticket ult. Like, what is the Elok one doing? Arrow hits Lupi here. Onyx PH playing footsies, engages, but only for a second. Does get the ult on Super Prince of Selena's transformation. Kyrie hitting Keller here for just a bit, pushes a wave up.
And this is why we see the Fanny hasn't been picked up too much. The energy is I would say it's such a big nerf, sure. Increasing damage so you can kill people easier, but that energy, the elusiveness is really what made Fanny who she is. Arrow not going to be hitting onto Lupi or Sans. Looks like the troll is coming up 20 seconds later, and now on the Philippines engages.
And they find Sans, forcing him to hit the Primal Wrath, but defensively, Lupi using Vitalize, putting a wall between him and his mid laner. Does AOG back, double defensive ult spent by Onyx ID all this while. Top lane was getting worked on. Kyrie takes on that turret with the help of Keyboy.
We were talking about how both teams are mechanically gifted. Maybe they go for a lot of team fights, but look here, Leo, 7 minutes in, and only 3-0. So both teams are really trying to play this macro game. And out of final turtle here, Kyrie, can he do something? Keyboy coming from the back.
Finds that angle, gets with a tsunami slap, takes out Super Prince, serves it up to Lupi, and that's a 4v3 here in the mid. Kyrie gets caught up. Cables on through, does not allow himself to get taken out. Blazing wet by Kelra. Finds Sans in the back line. Lupi as well. 3 go down for Onyx Philippines and trading for Prince and the Turtle.
Everything looks good for Onyx Indonesia, but at the moment Kelra came in, it was done. The team fight is over. But at least right now, Onyx ID, they traded up, making sure that Severo at least gets something for the team. But still, 2,000 gold lead here coming in from Onyx Philippines. We're going to be looking at the replay. It was a good engage coming in from Keyboy. And as we see, it's just not enough consistent damage coming in from Onyx ID because Sans is so far away, he could not feel the damage. The moment he came in, Kelra comes in, and it just doesn't like that.
I'll tell you, Lavelle, I did not see Kelra come in. I knew he was in the bottom lane. I didn't know he was going to make it in time, and it was just picture perfect. If he came in a second too late, Onyx would have gotten out of there, and there would have been no punish for Onyx. We would have seen a very different ending for the economy. But right now, the Super Fam are up, and the map looks like it belongs to them, and this is very tough for a Fanny. Even if you do have macro control, that means you're not lethal. That means you're not proactive.
You know what? Lore accurate. Claude is a thief, and that's what you do. You make sure you come in. No one sees you go in. No one sees you go out. Everything is clean. I agree with you. Right now, there's a lot of lockdowns. So even Kyrie, and it's quick is going to be very difficult. Even just going up against Kirk, you don't even have enough damage to kill him. And if he catches you, you're dead. You're donezo. Or you just have to leave.
Yep, look at this. Kirk playing man-to-man defense against Kyrie. An arrow catches one. Lutfi, will he survive? The answer is no. The way of the dragon and everything. But the kitchen sink thrown at him. That's his fourth death here, 9 minutes in.
Tenki's member of Onyx Indonesia, but 1 against 4. There's nothing much that you can do as of right now. Onyx ID, they're struggling to actually dish out the damage. So I really feel like that's the biggest problem, especially when you have a Fanny in your composition, is that if you don't do well the first 6 minutes, you're forced to play macro. You're forced to wait for the late game and then just wait for your opponents to misposition. Let the Fanny get a crucial target, either Super Prince or Kelra, and then hope Savero gets everything else.
And you mentioned the energy conundrum. The fact that you have to deal with so many things on the map wave-wise, and then you're also thinking, how can I punish, how can I fight? That's on you, the energy, and they finally kick silly the flicker, and the way of the dragon, compromising Lutfi and Kyrie, that's 2 down. Onyx Philippines have the man advantage. Onyx ID, check in range, they can't steal the sword. Brusco at 1 HP looking for more. For the knock-up Suns and Keyboy. They're lucky to even be alive. Savero this whole time buying time in the bottom lane. But Super is so easy to answer. Onyx ID to get nothing.
Because in that fight, Brusco was the decisive one. He went for the kick. As we saw, Keyboy using the conceal, trying to get into position. But again, a little bit too late. We see the hesitation coming in from Keyboy, and I don't blame him, man. If I was the roamer in this situation, I'm going to catch someone. But can you kill? I think you can. So this is a big problem coming in from Onyx Indonesia. They don't have the momentum. They don't have the damage. They have nothing. Onyx Philippines almost 5,000 gold ahead.
Contrary to the narrative set prior to the match starting, this feels like a familiar match. This feels like a match set at home in the backyard because they are Onyx versus Onyx. But no, this is the cleanest we've ever seen Onyx Philippines. This is the fourth scene that they won in season 14. A purple buff attempt here. Not going to happen. Kyrie secures, but they do find Sans. And this doesn't happen. Lafel, you know this doesn't happen. Sans at 0-2-0.
Dude, this is such a rare sight. Now Onyx Philippines, they're sieging the mid turret. As of right now, only 1 tier 2 turret is still available. Up top, and they go for Savero.
Tsunami Slam, serve it up 1. Kelra survives. How did he do that? Purify plus BMI. Onyx ID can't catch a break. Even underneath tier 1, they're gonna lose Lutfi. Kirk gets a kill.
Kirk just stood still, dealt the damage, and asked a question. What you gonna do about it? I'm not moving. You do something. It looks like they're just dead. Right now, Philippines has total control of the map. Looking at the items here as well, big difference in terms of the goal link here, 9,700 against 8,100. So even if you're trying to hope for Savero to make a play, he doesn't have the resources just yet. I'm pretty sure he wants that malefic gun, but still looking for that gold.
Onyx ID, fortunate to have used their holy shields to maximum efficiency. We just hit the 12-minute mark, folks, and that is when the holy shields get popped naturally. So that means by keeping all their inhibitors, they're able to somehow plan for a post-late game comeback. But the question still stands, Lafel, you posted it about 5 minutes ago. What are they waiting for?
Because if we're looking at itemization here, looking at Valentina, oh, hold on, looks like they want to engage on Onyx ID.
And they do find a lot. Sun puts down the 5th of his Hellforce, uses Primal Wrath here. AOG defensively used. Keyboy gets taken down amongst the weight of the whole super fam. A free pickoff. And now Onyx ID are forced to defend. Oh, look at this. The Blazing Duel used to engage. Forcing Suns back. Lutfi looking for a taunt. The Unbreakable not going to fight. The gold standard. King Kong putting a wall between him and the push. Finally down goes the inhibitor. Not enough damage coming from Savero. Onyx PH back off happy with the siege.
Onyx PH has just been punishing the front lines. Whoever they catch, Lutfi, Keyboy, they take them down. Suns, if they're lucky. So they're now having the Malefic gun. He has 4 items. There is potential for them to do something here. But again, the front lines are not able to set anything up. Oh, Lord's quarter health here. Looks like they're going to reset it.
Onyx Philippines respecting the Indonesians' attempt. They know that through Sans and Lutfi alone, suddenly things could go sideways based on what Sans has stolen. But again, he can't even get in range. And that's a free Lord for Onyx PH. They're going to roll up into the side lanes and simulate an endgame push, because this could be it, LaFell.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the items coming in from Sans using this Valentina is going more for damage. Having the Lightning Truncheon as well as the glowing staff and having the Arcane Boots for more penetration, you would assume that there's going to be more damage. But the fact that he completed it too late, everyone has magic resist at this point.
Here we are, Lord, marching up to mid. Kyrie cutting that top lane. Blazing the way by Kelra. Starting it up because Onyx ID are looking for the smoke. Kyrie looking for Kelra. Does find him. So does the SOD, but there's a lot of chunky bodies keeping the gold standard guard. And they're going to at least protect that bottom lane and top lane. Onyx ID doing pretty well for the situation.
No! The pause came in during the conceal.
Okay, we can count our blessings and at least say it didn't happen during the engagement.
Yeah.
It happened pre-engagement, and I'm pretty sure, given our new time break feature,
oh yeah,
we can fix this. So whatever's ailing our in-game situation, I'm pretty sure this is something that is reparable.
You know, I like King Kong's reaction as well as that. Bro, we're about to smoke you. Just let it happen, right? But either ways, we can see here, I like that this narrative, Onyx versus Onyx, third place match, they're giving it their all. Onyx Philippines, if they can stop Onyx ID, they'll do that, right? So I kind of feel like Onyx ID, they also got to rethink what's going to happen in game number 2, because this is a very risky draft that they drafted for themselves, and it just didn't work out.
But LaFell, imagine the plot twist if some way somehow Onyx PH don't win this.
Hey.
What if some way somehow ID are able to pull something out? I don't even know what it is. I don't even know where to start to try and weave that tale, but what if they do?
Talk about Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib hot take. Now that's a pretty big hot take. If Onyx ID could do it, damn. Wow. But yeah, now we're resuming back into the game here. Looks like still a successful defense coming in from Onyx ID. The waves are still far away, so Onyx Philippines, they have to reset. Still, 8,000 gold lead. That's a big hurdle for Onyx ID.
It does come at the cost of a third of the chunk of the top lane inhibitor, so I guess Onyx PH got something there, you know, an investment into the top lane push, especially given Lord will be spawning in the lower part in a minute and a half. I just checked the items and the gold gain. Here we go, one more look. You see what I'm seeing, LaFell? 5,000 gold between Kirk and Lutfi.
Oh my goodness, man. And
that's a carry Edith I've ever seen one.
Yeah, stardom Slife as well. No wonder he can do a lot of damage and he can stand up front. And this is also the problem. Keyboy, who is he good at? Right? Logically, they get Kelra. But hey, in a few seconds, he's going to have that Purify.
Super Prince is the best target. He's done it once this game. Now the siege continues. AOG by Lutfi. Right underneath here. 3 down bottom. Brusco's very low for his use. Winner crown. BJ. Brusco Paro gets taken down. The trade though. Oh my lord. Nothing for Onyx PH. The shutdown on the Kirk. SOD by Isabero. LaFell, this is what we were saying. What if some ways somehow Onyx are able to dig deep, and I'm talking about Onyx ID.
What we were saying, what you were saying, if you called it and it does happen,
Caster curse.
Or we're just too good at our jobs. But either ways, like I said, it's not over yet. 16 minutes in. In about, 3 minutes, the goal won't matter anymore. At that point, everyone has their core items. Onyx ID looking at the mid lane here, trying to secure his mid turret. Kyrie goes in. Can he get something? He gets stunned up. He gets stunned up again.
That's a half-second arrow. Super Prince throwed out just to stop Kyrie from getting the Kelra. And you see this. A single moment of weakness. A vulnerability where they lack 2 of their key members. Onyx PH suddenly lose the whole mid lane.
With the amount of damage Savero has done, I'm surprised he has no kills. I'm also surprised he has no deaths. So far, Savero is having an amazing Moscow game. If Onyx ID came back, hey, Savero stocks goes up top.
And that's exactly what Onyx PH failed to do in the early to mid. They did not apply any pressure to the gold lane. This is what we were talking about, the gold lane experience. Now the Lord, down to 5th, T-Boy finds one tsunami slam onto Brusco. He's put down to a tenth of his health. Lutfi goes down though, despite the revitalize. Yeah, Kelra serves a block kill to Kirk, taking down Sans. Here comes Kyrie into the back line. Super is backing out. Brusco gets taken down by Savero. The spears in the face. T-Boy gets killed. A double kill for the Kirk attack. 3 for 1 the trade. Where's Savero going? Onyx PH don't want to take pursuit. Kyrie though, deep behind enemy lines. King Kong and Kirk going for the pursuit, cutting the exit. Oh, he's low on energy, doesn't have a purple buff. Can King Kong do it?
Okay, looks like he's able to get away. King Kong trying to stop him, and looks like he's not able to. Oh, he stopped Kyrie, but still the cable saved him. But now the Lord, you saved yourself one time. The Lord comes in. Kyrie, Savero, Lupi, can you defend this? All members of Onyx Philippines except for Brusco and the Lord are marching in.
The siege, the possible end angle for Onyx PH, Lutpi, and Savero trying to clear. They're saving that top lane inhibitor. T-Boy might catch some smoke here. Arrow on the Lutpi. Onyx PH refuses to engage. They're going to take it slow. They're going to go the defensive, the disciplined route. Kyrie, oh no, unable to quell Onyx PH. He's successful at the purple for King Kong.
Let me just say, Leo, 4 to 5 months ago, this Fanny would have been a big problem, but now looks like they're going. King Kong got caught.
Oh no! The Spear of Misery puts him down to 0 health. Savero scores a kill. Could it be a trade for Luffy? AOG canceled out. Kirk in the middle of 5 members of Onyx ID. Sans gets another. 2 for 9 once more. Onyx ID pulling out from their heart of hearts.
What did you saw, Leo, that you predicted this? I thought the game would have been over 5 to 6 minutes ago.
I saw the clouds part, and I saw the Sky Kings. Onyx ID not gonna lay down and take this. Not so fast. Oh, beautiful placement. Savero has a killer instinct, unlike any.
And at this point, Keyboard says, I don't care who, front line, back line, mid line, anyone. I'm gonna catch someone, because at this point, Sans and Savero has that damage. Like Blazing Duet use, they got kicked!
And they do get kicked. Sans falls. Kelro to use the Blazing Duet. Arrow on the one. Luke be able to save Savero, block that projectile. Kyrie also protecting Keyboy now. The KK connection from Indonesia, keeping them at bay. And that Super Prince dashing through. Keyboy is gonna go down here. No way the Starboy survives. Kelra gets another 2 down for Onyx ID.
Oh no, Kyrie's stunned, but still safe by his steel cables. I gotta tell you, someone give this Fanny some caffeine, because he has no energy, man. Every time he dives in, there's nothing left. The tank is empty.
That has been the risk of playing a fan. Again, you do get a mechanically unique and honestly broken hero if you're talking about map mobility, but if you can't make peace with the fact that your energy dictates what you're allowed to do, this is what happens. SOD with a dream, not gonna happen. Another Lord for Onyx. 0 for Onyx ID, by the way. That might be confusing, folks, but
yeah,
you get the picture.
Honestly, Fanny just proves you still need cardio. You need that standard. Now, Brusco is able to kick. Luffy still survives for now. And it looks like Onyx ID are in still good position. But again, they did this before. They got to do it again. The Lord is marching up mid. But at least the waves aren't sync. They only got to worry about 2 waves.
Oh, arrow thrown out. Savero catches it. Actually, late here. Coming through. Kirk with the primal wrath. Able to take down Savero. His first death in this whole 21-minute game. Triple kill for Kirk. Give him the savage. There it is. The Kirk attack takes down all of the Sky Kings. Game 1 goes to the Super Fam.
We open up the 3rd place match with Savage from the EXP.
Well, last time I saw that happen was Renzio out of Smart Omega, the former Kings of Sea, and now the Super Fam are doing it.
The last I saw that was back in MPLFY. Toda Form is on a EXP Martis. EXP getting the Savage? Now that's rare.
So Martis, Masha, and now Edith.
Dude, a lot is going on. But one thing is for sure. Thank you very much. We get to see the clip.
That's a highlight.
That's a highlight coming in from Kelra. Looking at this matchup, it really is about Onyx Philippines starting things strong and then ending strong. And now we're going to be throwing it over back to the panel C. What do you guys think about this game?
A day after ending up with a Phobius pick that could barely do anything against SRGOG in game number 5, Kurt comes back with his signature Edith and gets a Savage. I will echo what Destroyer said behind the scenes. What is this game? I don't know anymore.
That's true. That's what happened behind the scenes. Actually, it was super interesting to see how Onyx Indonesia are trying to defend. They got chances, but after the Savage, that's all.
I think I'm surprised. Maybe some other people were too that it went to this point in the game.
Oh,
but, hey, it brings it to another Savage from SC. And who would have thought? Yeah, like it would have been an XP lane. But I guess this is what you get when you have an Edith rolling with the Warcry.
Now, as we see Onyx celebrate, well, I just gotta say, that went as much as we expected. When you pick up the Fanny third pick, you already see a box on the other side. There's Selena. Onyx PH even got to pick up Cho. So the difficulties of Onyx Indonesia here, they were expected. But they were able to hold on. Or was it more of an error from Onyx PH? Were they too eager to end it? Or did Onyx just have the right heroes to actually punish Onyx Philippines in the defense?
Onyx Philippines got the right heroes, and I would like to say you can't rely on Fanny anymore. Sorry guys, you can blind pick it. It should be, you can potentially show it, but it depends. You need to adapt for the draft.
I think especially when the box shot comes up first pick, probably don't want to go the Fanny.
Yeah.
Go with if you want to pick an assassin, go any other assassin. And I know a lot of people go, oh, it's Kyrie's Fanny. But you saw, he just got pretty much shut down the whole game. He didn't really have much space to work with, and that just happens to be the case. And any team knows that they're going to put pressure on his buff, and that's so. If you think about it, the fact that they were able to defend though a couple of times and then turn it around, I think is great. But it was also just because again you have a monster. You have a lineup that actually allows you to defend your base pretty well, clearing things out. But the inevitable is going to happen, and that's what we saw here.
Now we're going to be showing you, once again, another Savage for MSC from the EXP laner, the Edith. I'm checking where Kurt gets. Oh, there he is in the middle of it all. He was almost going to go down, but because he had full stacks Primal Wrath, it looks like that he was just able to sheer lifesteal himself back to good health, and then be able to pull off the Savage that he did. So I'm gonna ask you, Destroyer, is that enough that now in that game number 1 we got a Savage who went 20 minutes? Are you happy that we're getting a show, or is it not the show that you're looking for just yet?
Chat, they made a good advice. I asked for Johnson and Beatrix. They decided to fix me. Johnson plus a death.
No,
please, guys.
Okay. So for you, the show really isn't what happens in the game. It's like, what crazy things can you end up with?
No, I want to see the combination. I want to see the combination, not like the bird stuff. I want to see the combination that works, and this is one of the, the classic ones. When you go to the soul rating and you say, oh, I know this, and so something like that. And I also wanted to mention, by the way, the good point that Neso said, the Kyrie can't even make Fanny real. So even Kyrie can't make the Fanny work. So that's not only the statistics, the best junglers of the world can't make it real.
Yeah, I think at this point, we're not going to be seeing Fanny for the rest of the series, maybe even for the rest of MSC, as we do still have a grand final later. That was only game number 1 in the specified series for the battle for third. When we come back, can Onyx PH continue to push it and go for a 2-0 start, or can Onyx ID take one back so that we have a potential 5-game series ahead of us? Once again, my name is Renmar. We'll be back after this break.
The world of business is constantly changing. You need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
We asked these two teams to give us a show, and game number 1 ended with the EXP laner Kirk from Onyx Philippines on an Edith getting a Savage. What can we expect? I honestly don't know anymore.
Hey, you know what? That's something that all XP laners now can look forward to, because for all the XP laners out there, I think MSC has been one of the showcases of just how good XP lane can be, how it's transformed from maybe one of the more calmer lanes, or very stuck in one position.
Yeah, now you have a capability to pull off a Savage. Hey, if you want to feel like a Savage in game, go ahead and get the MSC 2025 pass. It's still available only until August 7th. A lot of exclusive items available for you, like the Nathan Archon of Knowledge skin, and the pass is 20% off from 899 diamonds to 719 diamonds during the duration of MSC. You also have the tournament avatar border, the battle emote, the returning skin Atlas, Rune Sentinel, the Joy Space Explorer MSC skins, and so many more rewards. So hop on in-game and get your goodies there. Now, I think these have always off of game number 1 with the fact that Onyx Indonesia is willing to play Fanny into what looks like a difficult lineup. I think we've just increased our chances of our wishes coming true, of some crazier picks coming out. We floated the idea of Cushion. We floated the idea of Johnson Odette. Chat is looking for what was it? Nana and Hanabi?
Yeah.
Like, come on, let's get crazy. I don't think we will, but a guy can hope.
Just at least one pick. One crazy pick.
Yeah, one crazy pick.
Just for us.
Yeah, just for us. Just for one game. Like, we already see Kelra roll out onto the stage. By the way, we have to return his form. He could have injured himself. Someone's got to teach him how to do a proper roll.
I wonder if he just got, like, a dare to do that.
Yeah.
Dare you to roll out on stage, man.
Maybe we potentially got to see, like, what's it called? The inner thoughts?
The eternal thoughts?
Yeah, the eternal thoughts just win. Like, he just realized, I'm gonna do this.
Oh, the intrusive thoughts.
The intrusive thoughts.
Don't do it. Yeah.
Yes.
I gotta do it.
That might be a good potential line of thinking for these two teams in the draft. Don't do it. Yes. And Audi PH, despite them handling the Fanny so well in game number 1, still decide to ban it out and respect it.
Okay. Well, they'll ban that out. They'll respect it. You still Onyx. See, I'm getting mixed up now. Onyx PH was on blue previously, right?
Yes, they were.
Yes, they were. Because I know even our casters in game were like, yes, Onyx this, Onyx that. But hey, if Onyx Philippines is going to be on the blue, that's fine. I think if Baksha's open, if they still go the Baksha, then they're sticking with like this standard jungle, but then they might change things up as the draft goes through.
Yeah.
You can see the Jushins taken out last year from their side for the first phase.
To hear one of the funny things. Onyx Indonesia. Yeah, but just check this. Drafts, I mean the positions. Not gonna change. Because Onyx Indonesia nearly all the time prefer the second pick. Yeah. That's the reason. And the last ban is Gatakacha.
Taking away a Gatot means you're looking at the Chokalea, Batangs, Bakshas to be the main things to fight for later on. As with that last ban from Onyx ID means Onyx PH gets free reign on the Yi Sun Shin. So maybe in terms of crazy picks, it might come now from the side of Onyx ID, because when you have an assassin in your jungle, it's tough to go kind of crazy with the selections. Maybe we'll see Keller get back on the Ruby gold lane that we've seen him pop up before.
That's what I was going to say. Usually when you see the YSS pop up, that's sort of where you have to put the option. Is going to be a shakeup in the gold lane. So far throughout SC, we've seen the Ruby and the CC, but since the CC's taken over, there's a Ruby, as we were just talking about it. So that comes through. And next up is the Arlot. Now, the guy sitting next to me, Mr. Destroyer, doesn't feel too happy about the Arlot. I can see it in your face already.
Yeah, Mr. Destroyer is a certified Arlot hater for
Except
MSC.
for
Stanford.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
okay.
That's the guy who can pick it, and I'm okay with it.
You got no problems. Wait, okay, real quick though, what do you feel about this Lancelot getting picked up by Onyx? Yes, he's an assassin, and he's one of the best assassins in this meta, but you already see a Ruby and Arlot on the other side. I feel like this Lancelot might actually have a hard time.
Might, but also use have Curtain Call and Tsunami Slam. There's a composition for the right side also. Now forget about it. So you can work on the Yushin Shin and try to focus it first.
Alright, so it requires Kyrie to talk a lot to Keyboy and Ludwig to make sure, okay, help set me up so that my Lancelot doesn't have a hard time. Second phase, now, what could we potentially be looking at the bans here, nice dude?
Well, they're still going for some of the roam options where they took up the Miltilda. You can see they're going to focus on the gold lane for Onyx Philippines to take out some of those options for Severo. And I don't know, this is the thing. It's like, I would say, would we consider the fact that even for Onyx Philippines, there's still some switch up that can happen here? Like, I'm thinking at this, like, the Arlot's there in the Ruby, but we don't know 100% where the Ruby's going. Like, it is going to be parked in the gold lane, and I think they're playing around that hand. You can see the Phobius is banned out here. Last one might still be a gold laner, though.
Yeah, okay, so Onyx ID are actually reading into their suggestion here, because if they're banning out Phobius, that means they're still thinking of the potential switch up. Yeah, exactly. So this Ruby might go to the XP. The Arlot might actually end up going into the roam, as we've seen in the past. Although I think,
and the most crazy thing, Arlot go in the gold.
Yeah, or maybe we'll go crazy and we'll see Arlot in the gold lane. Who knows? So Onyx ID are not keeping that potential option open. While Onyx PH, I think we have to consider a mid-lane ban here. There's still a really powerful Farsa pick available, even though you have Arlot on your side, but they are respecting the Ruby, which could have been problematic for Ruby and Arlot.
So you just take Farsa here since it's open, I would assume, for Onyx. I mean, it gives them enough damage that they've got really good play into the Kalea, and there it is. So the Farsa comes through. Immediately the answer, though, over from Onyx Philippines, the Kagura. Is this, are you happy with this?
I'm okay with
it.
You know, I got a point. Actually, it's too dangerous to pick Farsha versus this setup. Just Mountain Shocker, I'm offended. Final Slash, like everything. A lot of initiation.
Yeah, that's true. That's like one of the trade-offs you have to consider picking up the Farsa. And then now it even demands more out of Keyboy and Ludwig to make sure that, okay, you're setting up for your Lancelot, but now you also have to protect Sans.
Yeah,
so yes, that's what about resources. When they took Lancelot with this position, I'm okay. But you need to protect two targets right now. It's super hard.
I like how they held on to this. Where is the Ruby going? Is it going to be in the gold? Okay. That's, alright. There's a bidding. So, Ruby gold.
Yeah, Ruby gold, Arlot EXP, but Bang in the roam. And Fierce is, now it looks so tough for a Farsa. This is like one of the toughest Farsa games we'll see all MSC long. Onyx, they need something stable. They go for Claude under a lineup that has so many crowd control that can stop his initiation. Are we in agreement here? I feel like we're all in the same boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Onyx Philippines.
Yep, I'm in YSS's boat.
Yeah, you're
I'm in that boat.
Yeah, you're in a turtle ship.
I'm in a turtle ship.
I think that's 2 drafts in a row now where on paper it looks like it's just so tough for Onyx ID to make it work. While Onyx PH, a little bit unique, but at the same time, the idea is clear and there's a lot of capability for them to shine on their own roles. You don't have to rely too much on playing together as a team. Leo, what do you guys think about the 2 drafts?
I think we're gonna see a lot of fighting here. Heck, 3 fighters on 1 composition. I want to see Onyx Philippines pushing it through, but hey, Onyx Indonesia with a standard draft here. Maybe they could do something by pushing it all the way to the late game. Welcome folks to the second game of this 3rd place matchup. It's me, Phil, and Leo calling this one.
Nothing is impossible given that in the first game of this series, an XP laner, Nay and Edith, with no Skypiercer, mind you, scored a savage. So who's to say what and what can happen here in Onyx versus Onyx?
Something that I can say though, this time is much different for this Leah because heck now she has backup with a lot of damage and a lot of range. I kind of feel like that's the important part. I agree with the panel that it is a very difficult draft for this Farsa. But if you win by too much, it won't matter. So that's the goal here coming in from Onyx Indonesia. Try to win enough so that even if something happens, they can't outplay you.
There's a lot of easy and quick damage coming through. Can that force themselves through the CC? Again, the sheer amount of crowd control that Onyx PH have on demand. Look at that XP lane matchup again, the Arlet against the CC, which I believe that Arlets, the majority of Arlets, say for Sanfords, have just ran into weird situations, especially the ones in Rome. But here, against CC, I think it's a valid pick.
And here's the thing, man. Looking at Onyx ID, almost every single person here has some form of dash to get out of a very sticky situation. So it does feel like Onyx ID, they're trusting on their own instincts as well as mechanics to make sure that they can outplay Onyx Philippines. So this is definitely one of those games where the reaction time is going to be highlighted by both teams.
Well, Bruce here walking into that long side lane brush towards the corner. Kirk, vengeance on the one, T-Boy, jumps in. Final slash from Kirk, not going to keep him alive long enough as he gets drawn first shot on by Lutri. Onyx ID already on the board, the vengeance popped in, keeping himself alive as T-Boy starts up the turtle.
Good instinct by Kyrie, making sure it doesn't go in and out. Better S like used.
Very low HP, Onyx PH, the duo, the trio gets pushed back. Onyx ID claim the turtle, and now they're attempting Grand Theft Purple. Final slash once more. Can this stop it? The Tsunami Slam takes down Kirk. And where the purple go? It's on Kyrie.
And now, honestly, even though, yes, Keith got taken down, this is what Onyx ID is trying to establish. Some kind of map control earlier on, especially giving over the goal to either Sans or Kyrie. Kyrie, even though he only got 2 assists, it's better than nothing, right? Of course, we want to kill here, but either way, I feel like this is very good by Onyx Indonesia. As long as they can get more kills, and then preferably before the Lord spawns, get some turrets. And these two, and I think they're in a very good position where you can just outdash Onyx Philippines.
And that's what you're looking for if you want to really invest in this sound macro direction that you're going for. Again, very low kill count. Very good movements to isolate certain parts of Onyx PH's attempts at, chain CCs. And so far, I think this is going to benefit plenty for Savero. We know that Savero, if he takes care of himself and he invests in himself, in his kit, that he has this clutch gene late game that maybe will allow him to claw Onyx ID back. But what if they're comfortable? What if they're in a good position, all team low?
Looking at the rotations here coming in from Onyx Philippines, Onyx ID, they need to be aware by Turtles 2, it will most likely be 5-man coming in from Onyx Philippines. So they have to make a decision whether they want 4v5 or 5v5.
And that's 30 seconds from now. They started up already. A Tsunami Slam on the Kirk. Won't let him live, but LaFell, isn't that overkill? They threw all them ults on him.
Hey, maybe. Onyx ID is secretly just Destroyer. They really don't like that Arlen.
He was in their ear. Yep. And it makes sense because part of the joke, you want to get that final slash out of the equation. That can change the entirety of your approach. Imagine being within retribution range, get hit by that sweeping ult, push to the side, and suddenly, poof, King Kong steals it. Speaking of King Kong, Sound Shocker revealing everyone from Onyx ID where their whereabouts are. The I'm Offended forcing the response, the Feather Strike, and the Vengeance. The fist break trying to stop him from getting away. King Kong scores it, taking down Look to be as well. Kyrie finds Train Tsunami Slam onto one. Kirk flickers back. The break once more, trying to stop the forward momentum of Onyx ID will result in a 2-for-1 trade. Make that a 3 because Onyx PH got the turtle.
Right now, I feel we can finally hear some noise coming in from Kyrie fans because how long have they waited for him to use this kind of pick, using the Lancelot, dashing in and now getting all those kills, and now he's looking amazing.
Too long, LaFell, too long. He is so comfortable. He can see it in his movements. This is that same hero that he's used years back to run away from an inevitable death that we all could have sworn he was going to die from. But Kyrie looked at death and said, nah, not today. About 2,000 goals ahead, Onyx IDR, and the map seemed to be on their side. Again, this is just going to benefit Tavera all the while. He's not sweating at all.
Yeah, Kyrie making Lancelot look like Lance too much again. They're going for one lane. They found Cal right. They want to go for it.
Tsunami slam onto the Ruby. Again, there's only so much you can do as a fighter. You flicker back, you were still going to die regardless. You were right smack dab in the middle of the circumference of that feather airstrike. And there's so much pressure up top. Mount Shocker used up the stun portion of that ult. Going to push back Onyx ID.
And this is how you make sure that your far side is safe by everyone that can disable you, which is using the ultimate crowd control. Death! Just kill them first. So this is a good initiation coming in from Onyx ID. And so far, Kirk not having a good time going up against Loopy. And Kyrie's here. Looks like he's not going to go for any kind of engage. Probably saving all those skills for his turtle.
Sadly, the one way that the Arlot could have been good into the CC is if you're away from the lane, if you're fighting somewhere else, if you're using your kit in a different way. Tsunami's not turbid enough, putting it at the tip of the feather airstrike. Sans wailing away, hits him with 2 salvos, but Kelra survives with a flicker, but he's out of the conversation for this turtle take.
Yeah, but again, no Tsunami's not coming in from T-Boy, so they got to make sure wherever he hits, he's going to be good.
Fist break and a crack on the Loopy, forcing vengeance, putting 3 full members down of Onyx PH very low, and 3 by the dust. Savero gets a double. Onyx ID running through the super family.
I gotta say, man, Barca and Kali are best friends because they make the impossible possible. Have 5 counters on your side. I don't care. This Kalia is gonna give so much kill or opportunity for the Barca to actually be doing much. Right now, we're looking into replay here. Loopy with the one that got engaged, but that vengeance made it so that not only did he survive, but actually got a lot of reflect damage onto Onyx Philippines. And this iteration of Lancelot deals so much damage so that kind of outplay is possible.
Back to real life here. Sans just pulled a feather airstrike to try and help Tavera clear this wave and possibly take down this turret a notch or two. And I just noticed something. LaFell, this humble skin on Tavera's Claude, its blazing duet is deceptively subtle.
Yeah.
It has a very low visual identity. You barely know that it's going on up until you see your life just at half.
Yeah, it's the kill. It looks like they're engaged going in, but looks like Keyboy caught no one. Oh,
here comes Brusco punching his way through his problems, through Onyx PH's problems, and Kurt right in the middle, smack down before members of Onyx ID gets punished. Mount Shocker plus a stun, not gonna stop Rootby's forward momentum, stopping that vengeance, keeping Onyx ID's momentum up.
Onyx PH has a tough time asking Onyx ID to slow down, to stop moving. They have a lot of crowd control, but again, all of it is being avoided by Onyx and Ninja because we're seeing them moving in and out of the team fight quite freely. And I would say this is more on Onyx ID having that instinct of dodging all those kills where we see Kyrie just stopping in his own tracks, anticipating some kind of engagement coming in from Kurt or Brusco.
Yep, fundamentally speaking, Onyx ID have all of the initiation. Onyx ID have all the ways to start fights. Onyx PH, what they're really good at is anticipating and reacting. I'm offended, check. Fist crack, fist break, check. Mount Shocker, check. Final slash, check. So that alone is what describes this dichotomy between the Onyx ID and Onyx PH lineups. One is waiting, the other just saying, let's keep going, let's keep going, let's fight, let's fight. Lord here, down to a 3rd, a 5th, an 8th, a 10th, and it's over. A clean take for the Sky Kings.
It's like another engage coming in, slam onto Kurt. It looks like Kurt is going to get taken down, and now Brusco tries to make a play. Looks like Severo still able to escape some friends, trying to get a kill onto him, but double kill for Keyboy, and Alupi all alone in the front, trying to make some more plays. Kelra trying to get away, a good out of the pulling in Luffy, but it still survives.
So far, so good, so great for Onyx ID, taking 2 kills, suffer none, plus the Lord along the way, marching down bot. The super fam,
They can't catch a break again. It's in the nature of these lineups. Who's the beatdown? 99% of the time, it's Onyx ID. A feathered airstrike plus another tsunami slam. The final slash action, nobody. Except for Keyboy, he was a little into deep. Goes down.
I like the attempt, but yeah, so far Onyx Philippines was able to outplay that, but now Onyx ID with 8,000 gold lead, they were able to take a lot on the map. The Lord is still marking in. It's just the first Lord, so it's not going to be that devastating. Plus, looking at the inhibitors, the mid lane still having that whole shield does make it very difficult for Onyx ID to really end the game. So now it really is about choking on Philippines, making sure that they don't get any farm after this.
But here's what's scary, Lafel. I have to mention, Onyx PH, yes, they are a reactive lineup. Their comp would like to wait for you to try and engage. That's very strong on the high ground defense. It's lethal, especially if you're underneath your tier 3s. And look at this. They're baiting Onyx ID. They're saying, hey, look, we're ready for another tsunami slam. Keyboy, you want any of us?
This is kind of scary because Harry did a lot of damage just the War Axe. Now having the Endless Battle as well, there's going to be a lot more burst damage as well as healing going back into his HP. Looking at King Kong, still respectable amount of damage with the Blade of Despair as well as the Hunter Strike. A lot of penetration cooldown as well as just raw damage, but you really can't compare when the Lancelot have 3 items here, and even having 1 defense item with the brute force, making it so that even if you do catch him, it's gonna be hard to take down.
Yeah, I'd reckon King Kong is about 1,000 away from finishing his endless battle, so that's definitely a big power spike that he can expect. All this while, Savera just picked up his Rose Gold Meteor Dog. That's the 4th item after the Swift Trinity. So it already comes to reason that even in the mid game, you're already hurting with your subtle blazing duet, your stealth blazing duet. What more now when you're a little more chunkier, when you can protect yourself just for a second or two longer? He invested in this, mind you, instead of the Wind of Nature. But look, the Wind of Nature would also be very good since there are 3 fighters.
I gotta say, Onyx PH, for them to turn things around, they gotta do what Lady JP did and play like an assassin as you go to the back line. Either Kirk, Russo, or heck, Super Prince. Maybe even anyone could really do that, because I gotta feel like the moment you're able to stop that feathered airstrike, a lot of the firepower is dealt with.
And it's all the more easier, if anything. Well, they have great tools. They have a Mount Shocker. They can see where the pieces of Onyx ID are, but this 9k gold is just too huge. Counter here. Nice attempt, Flicker. I'm offended. No one home. But here comes a punish. So Keyboy look for a target. Already spent the Tsunami Slam. Brusco and Kirk hit with the curtain call. Brusco able to retreat. And Onyx PH sent packing.
A lot were used, but still, no one really died in that final engage. And Onyx ID, they're fine with that. Having 10,000 gold, the minions are looking good. They're setting it up. The Lord is marching down bot, trying to slow it down so that Kyrie can get his buff first. This could be an end angle, but like you said, the draft coming in from Onyx Philippines, they're actually very good at defending. So Onyx ID, if they want it, they got to get some kills first.
Onyx ID are just waiting for this Lord to come crashing, so they're managing the movements of these waves from mid and top. Not going to be fully synced, but at least that's a lot of pressure coming out of the Super Fam's base. Here comes the Lord, putting that bottom lane inhibitor at about 0 health. And there's a damage on Keyboy. Ludwig pushing the advantage. Mount Shocker here by King Kong, checking range. Final slash finds one, but Keyboy answers back in kind. Kirk very low. Kirk goes down. Sans gets a kill. And that's already 1 member of the Super Fan taken out of the equation. Super Prince very low as well. Kyrie takes him. And now here comes Avero holding on to the Blink Duet. Does not use it just yet. Oh, wow, the discipline on this young man.
You know what? I'm surprised Sans hasn't gone back yet. He's like, I'm barely having any HP, but you know what? I can take some minions. Still, looks like on the ID, they don't want to stop. They want to make sure that they get this mid inhibitor. And now the minion waste, there's only 2. Will this be enough?
They also want the finish. Feather strike coming in, plus a Tsunami Slam. Only I'm offended, not enough to save him. Didn't even get to pull it out. Here comes the blazing duet. King Kong gonna fall. And just Kirk left to defend. Can he do it? Vengeance plus a final slash plus another vengeance. And now it's over. Onyx ID takes us to deadlock, 1-1.
It took a while, but finally, this is the Onyx Indonesia we've been waiting for. A lot of burst damage, a lot of engages, a lot of team fighting. This is something that we wanted to see. And speaking of something that we want to see, I'm pretty sure Destroyer didn't like what he saw on that Arlet. So far, securing only Sanford.
I can almost hear Destroyer saying, I told you so.
You might can see that after this, but again, to be fair, that Arlet was ganked mercilessly. Like it almost felt like Destroyer was there for the course. Like, I don't care if you lose. Let's make sure this Arlet goes 0-10.
Luckily, it worked out. Again, all of this pressure on Onyx PH and that half of the map was enough to stop him from doing anything at all.
And with this action-packed match, I'm pretty sure the panelists have a lot to say. So we're going to be throwing over to you guys, where right now Onyx ID has equalized.
I told you so.
There you have it. There you have it. Validated in his opinions about the Arlot. Kirk struggled here, but yeah, we said Onyx PH had the easier lineup to pull off theoretically, but what happened?
We did until we forgot about Arlot, man. The state of Arlot right now is not very good, unless the one caveat there, Sanford, like we've seen so far. But yeah, there's something about it. And talk about a contrast from game 1 to game 2 for Kirk specifically. Really difficult here, and I think Onyx and Danito just really played into the part. Like every single time that we want to find someone to go ahead and Tsunami Slam, Kirk's the easiest. He usually puts himself in position to do that anyway because he's trying to get a final slash off. So they just really punished hard and didn't give any opportunity really for anything to happen off of that.
They just played, Onyx Indonesia played for the first target, and they were focusing like, okay, we see our lot, let's go our lot. And the biggest problem for the Kirk, again, it's our lot, definitely, and he got no escape. If you engage, one-way ticket. That's all. That's the problem. It's not about the Kirk playing bad. It's about our lot all the time.
Yeah, it's and not even just Kirk, but also I think it was just, it was nice to see the Kagura man, but that also just didn't work. Like it didn't do too much. Once that yin yang overturn is done, then if you're comparing that to the damage or the value that even a Farsa brings, like it's not comparable at all.
Yeah, just the combo of those two alone. As we mentioned, it was the Tsunami Slam, Feathered Airstrike. Whoever is the first target that you see, that's it. Pretty much GG for Onyx PH in terms of the fights, because once they lose one frontliner, it's so tough to sustain a fight when you have your Arlot gone, when you're going up against what Onyx ID brought to the table. So is it really just the story of Arlot
Story of math.
Sorry,
5
okay.
more than 4.
Well, yeah. With one guy always constantly just getting picked off, then yeah, you're gonna have a man disadvantage. And if you're not getting the items and the flow of the game that you want inside of Onyx PH, yeah, Onyx ID can run away with what we thought was gonna have a hard time. The Lancelot of Kyrie, we did not see that at all. He had a perfect game.
Again, it was enabled because of the way the composition worked, the way the lineup worked. It was all good for them, and you also sprinkle in the fact that when you're that far behind, even in one of the lanes, like it's so difficult, especially when you're the guy who's like supposed to set things up. Like that's initially what Arlot's picked up to do, and if you don't get that opportunity to do that, like you're an automatic dead hero. You know, like that's just the case of it. Like we saw from the KDA, he was just trying to force things up. But so this gives room for Kyrie to just flow through the game, and that's probably the best position to be in when you're playing these assassin junglers like the Lancelot.
And you know, one more thing. When you play with so much AoE composition, you're straightforward. You got one plan, and your opponents totally understand it. When you got the setup when you can like take one person, okay, just remove it, and we got an advantage. And the problem when you got this AoE composition, the second problem, it's not only that your opponent understands what you're gonna do. If you lose one person, so your comp, like, it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, it just gets busted. It's like what we were posing earlier about there's a chance that the lineup of Onyx PH can shine individually outside of team play. It's if, funnily enough, they're complete as a team. If the 5 members are there, then you have an increased chance, okay, you can get the Ruby doing its own thing, the Arlot doing its own thing, but you lose one of that element, now you're forced to play together as 4 against a lineup that just bursted 5, and the clock wasn't even there yet.
Yeah, you needed way too much time, and you can see, I mean, even given the loss here, both teams still really in high spirits, even pointing at each other, laughing at each other, and smiling. So I know when we got into this match, it was like, well, we hope to see some entertainment, some great picks come out. Well, I think so far for 2 games we have seen that. Some might
Savage,
find other years, yeah. We saw the second Savage now with MSC, so I think that's the thing. But that's the main point is even for these fun drafts, even for these fun picks, if you lose like one of the main components to make it work, and this has been the case throughout MSC, then you're going to lose those team fights, every single time.
Yeah, and I think we're also seeing now as to why Claude has been popping more off now, especially here in the knockout stages, because now that becomes your X factor, wherein let's say 4v5, you've already, or let's say in a theoretical 5v5, you've used majority of your abilities. But then the Claude hasn't used his Blazing Duet yet, and even without the Blazing Duet, we know how good Claude is. He's just great with the sustained basic attack. That now we're seeing, okay, now you really have to consider Claude and how we set up for the Claude success. So that might be one of the next heroes now we'll see getting contested by Claude. Yeah,
I hope so, especially with Leo on the desk, man. I mean, I know sometimes it's LaFell with the sound effects, but
yeah,
I need those sound effects to keep coming through.
Also, there is one more thing that Claude gives you. Additional monkey, additional player.
That's a great point. Yeah, you have your 6-man Dexter.
6 versus 5.
Okay, so now that's one of our things we're looking out for here. Simple math.
Wait, so technically in that case, in Destroyer math,
yeah,
when they lost the R-Lot, it's still a 5v5. Right?
Wait.
No, wait, what was the
64.
It's 64. Never mind.
You
You're
see,
out. Destroyer math.
outsmarted.
I like it. Okay, so
they just outsmarted the opponent with the monkey.
So in Destroyer math, does the umbrella of the Kagura count as a player? No. But Dexter does.
Yes.
Okay, so simple Destroyer math here. For Onyx came through with a 6th man Dexter in the hands of Severo, the gold lane of Onyx ID. And yeah, it's good to see that Onyx, despite the shattering loss in game number 1, it's like they stuck back to a basic idea of pick off one, let's go after that. And then maybe moving forward, that's what we'll see from Onyx ID. That maybe less on the fannies, less, yes, you can still high mechanic heroes for Kyrie, but just get that raw damage that Indonesian teams are like known for dishing out.
Yeah, they like that very specific play style, and honestly, we've seen pretty much all the teams kind of adapt to that so far with our current meta. I don't know, would you guys say that our meta because we always talk about this when it comes to internationals and even in our own respective regions, do you think it's actually established now, or is that meta, can we say, which is so odd because on the last day I was saying that it's established?
No, I think it's still shifting.
Yeah,
Still in progress.
I think we're in agreement there. I think it's established, but in the sense that everyone knows that there's so many options that you can go for now. That it's like a wide pool.
During this MSC, we got around 85 heroes, right?
Yeah, enough.
So
yeah.
something like that. And we're still in progress of searching, and the pro players will understand. I even pretty sure that the coaches are still sitting and calculating, like what should I do this here, what's better? Like 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 + 2 is 4, etc.
All the math.
And it's
Destroyer math.
Destroyer math, yeah. Happening here.
All right. Here's a little bit more math for y'all out there. All the way up until August 7th, the MSC 2025 chest, will be available for only 20 diamonds. You could draw the luxury reward, the returning MSC Skin Atlas Root Sentinel, plus your first 3 openings of the chest, guarantee you Crystal of Aurora and Banner of Morale. That's not all, because up to 1,000 MSC coins could be yours too. Buy the MSC support chest now and cheer for our mid-season cup. Again, we are in the final day of the mid-season cup after everything that's happened in wildcards, group stages, now here in the knockouts. It's 1-for-1 in the battle for third, and with all of the crazy picks we suggested, alright, I think we have to find some stability in the EXP lane. Maybe R-Lot might not be the best route to go for, or if you're considering going with the R-Lot, maybe a little bit later. You don't? Or you went straight up just no more R-Lot.
No more R-Lot. Not in this series, please, guys.
Well, I was gonna say we might see him later for the grand final
Oh.
match. For the,
Oh,
for the
seven, okay.
Chill out, chill out a bit on the arms.
Just rewind the time. Yes, we can.
Okay, first before on the page, I think, the YSS first pick was great, and then I think a little bit down the line, they just sort of lost it. I wouldn't mind if they go for YSS here, and then we can get just readjusted picks for Onyx PH. The last time we saw Onyx versus Onyx PH in a Muton tournament was actually in the M3 World Championship group stage, where Sans played as the jungler and won 1-0. So that was during the time where the M3 group stages. Wait, no, that was a best of 2, right? Because you could go 1-1 if I remember.
Was it best of 2?
Or maybe at that point you could just one.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of MLBB since M3. So
I was supposed to say M3. That's been a while. You know, I remember specifically watching M3 in just at home. Like I was just like I wasn't even casting it. I was just watching it.
No, wait, weren't you? You were already casting.
Was I?
Yeah.
No. Okay. Wait.
You just weren't flown out, and then we had the Filipino broadcast.
No, that was after my first season, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was after your first season.
So I still felt like
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, okay, so as expected, the Philippines will still go to the exception route, but you just have to readjust, maybe a bit more stable picks in the EXP lane, and maybe not too crazy pick in the mid lane. Like something a little bit more simple than the Kagura.
Do they maybe just take the Farsa? Like, you know, that might be able to work really well with the YSS pick. You can see they're going to concentrate over here. What do they?
I don't think that they could potentially think about and adjust the draft about if you already mentioned, actually, Renmar, you mentioned today that if it's coming back and they got nearly equal range. I mean, if you think about the Farsa and the
could also be one of the options, and I think that's what Onyx rushed the Katagacha and even the Lancelot. It's like they're already telling Onyx Page, we know your best options are either like Farsa, Eve, heroes like that. That will make it difficult for you to play those artillery mages.
Yeah, I mean, if they still want to pick up the Farsa, that's fine. I think Eve is very situational in a lot of cases though too, but the fact that you already have this YSS up, the Selena is gone, so they'll go with another pick that has found a interesting place in the current meta. Like Jushin still works, but there are obviously teams that utilize it better now that you have a Phoveus too that can be that, you know, front line. I feel like usually that's the case anyway, unless you have a really hard start to the game. But Phoveus naturally is going to be tanky enough, but then you get the Lapu on the other side from Indonesia.
And it's a big factor, actually. If you speak about Phoveus, he really likes it. He performs well.
Oh, we saw.
Oh, but it's going to be an Onyx ID. So it's going to be in the hands of Ludby. Kirk will get the Phoveus, which struggled last night. But let's see how well it will fare this time around. Good thing that they banned the CC though.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're already seeing. So both teams are in agreement. Now Onyx PH knows that Onyx will shine really well with artillery mages. I think it's going to be up to them if they're going to ban either the Kadita or the Farsa. That will most likely end up in the hands of Sans.
I think maybe just take out the Farsa here for the last ban. I think maybe since we saw them ban out the Kadita before, there it is.
Yeah.
So they ban that out. Maybe just better to go ahead and handle the Kadita if they decide to go ahead and draft it for Onyx Indonesia. And then over on the other side, you see that Baksha was taken out. So interesting because the YSS be it over there. What could they pick up for a roam then for Onyx Philippines here?
I think we should predict something for the Onyx Indonesia because right now they are on the first iteration and actually I don't expect Kadita. I'll explain why. In the previous draft it was okay because of the Kalia, so you got the composition, but here like catch only with the Canton, that's all. So yeah, and here Kimi.
Another hero that you're not a big fan of here.
It's okay. I'm not a big fan, but it depends. It depends on the trio. Trio with Lancelot and Gatotkachi. You got good push potential for the mid lane. You can rotate fast, no problems here, but you need time. And here's a question to the Onyx Philippines. You need something super fast, and like for skipping lanes and initiation.
So Cho.
Cho.
Yeah, I feel like Joe's probably going to be the perfect pick here. Answering Nisu's question earlier, the roam pick for Brusco. They go for the Harris, but they go for the Joe.
Why?
Oh, no, this Joe.
Well, it is in a different lane at least.
Yeah, it's in the room, but
this is where I usually play the
You know, I wanted to mention that they took over, so there is no chance that Onyx and Anisha are gonna take her lot. And I was so happy. And Onyx Philippines. Destroyer. Here we go. Yeah.
I think this is good though. I think it works better. Arla in the Rome, at least in this case, you can go ahead and play into Harith, and I think that's why those last picks were held on to, because you could either, and this is always the case with Arla, it's always a 50-50, because you can use it to set things up really well for the Zombie Force, or it could end up just putting yourself in a bad position, but you're also covering it with a Fovea, so you have that there. You can see the last pick is the Granger though from Onyx Indonesia.
But you see, the thing is, I was making the point that they need, Onyx Philippines need a strong triple mid, and they take our lot.
Faith. I'm having faith, man.
All right. You got Destroyer Knights who torn apart the center of the map. If Arlot will just be a great combo with the YSS and the Juice in. Let's see, because Onyx have set up for their Gimme and Granger really well. Leo and Phil, let's go.
there's a lot to say about this one. I love the Kimi Granger, and you know what? We might need Medic for Destroyer because there's going to be a lot of Arlet in this matchup. Welcome back. This is game number 3 in this best of 5 between Onyx ID going up against Onyx Philippines, the third place match. We're starting it here, and again, Assassin versus Assassin between King Kong and Kyrie.
You know, LaFell, I'm worried about our friend from the ECA because he's this close to getting an aneurysm, but I think that is from a lack of faith.
He's molding.
He's molding, but I see what Onyx are getting to here. This is Brusco now. You can see how Brusco played on the Badang game number 1. Look at this, very low. Could have taken down Keyboy. He's down on 5th of his health. Super Prince threatening the kill on the Sans. The choke on the Keyboy. King Kong coming in with an early rotation too. Might even score the Little Wonder. That's a technical knockout on Brusco, but hey, that's the cost of getting aggressive early on.
And right now, Keyboy already using the Revitalize, make sure that San stays in lane, but now looks like King Kong goes in.
Whoop! Flicker's already spent with a choke slam, taking down the Ila one.
I gotta say, these mid laners are playing like EXP laners, trying to trade as much as they can, and so far, Onyx Philippines is on top. King Kong very patient to stay in the mid lane to make sure a gank actually happens.
So here's a quick look at the emblems, trying to understand where these teams are coming from, how they built their heroes. How often does this happen? Concussive blast on the focus. He wants to clear quick and leave.
I mean, look at that. He even has the thrill. So, kind of wants to win the lane, kind of, making sure that there's a bit more damage than you would expect, I guess. Yeah, looking at how the map is looking like, even with Onyx Philippines winning that mid lane, so far, it doesn't translate too much, which is good for Onyx Indonesia, because at this point, I kind of feel like, if possible, they do want to play for that turtle. The difference is, this time with the Kalia, the setup isn't going to be as easy, compared to Kalia as well as Kacha.
Yeah, there's more steps for Onyx ID to find success. Now Onyx PH first to the scene, looking for that choke on the Keyboy. Kirk, putting him up. The bravest fighter setting already. Lutfi, ready to go. Throwing hands, or should I say, great sword into the back line. King Kong looking for that faceless, and the successful retribution coming in from Sigma Jungler. Onyx PH pushing the advantage. Look at this, are crossing the threshold. Crimson Beacon finds Suns, finds another Keyboy, forcing the red vitalize, but it's not going to be enough. The Onyx PH squad are way too deep to fight nothing. They take down Keyboy.
This is the consequences of dying early as a mid laner. You don't get that level 4 on time. And that caused them to lose. But hey, Lippy trying to get something back, getting a kill. And it looks like he's able to escape, no problem.
They did not expect a rogue Lapu-Lapu to be waiting for them in the bush. And it's Kirk who gets the worst of it. Bottom lane, we haven't really talked about this much. Again, you give Kelreds a bit of space. You don't know what you're cooking with. Kyrie going for that small camp attempt, and now they're crossing over. Oh no, Super Prince is a little too deep. He doesn't have a flicker. Almost falls into the wall. Gets away with it though. No one's watching.
Yep. Overall, a lot of attempts coming in from both teams, but nothing super successful just yet. So definitely got to look at those timers on those flickers, especially which also, in my opinion, Curry kind of used the flicker very early in the previous turtle fight, but again, not punished, so overall still looking pretty good. Severo having that Hunter Strike, it does mean, oh, hold on, final flash.
And it starts. The Mountain Shark is thrown out. Oh, but Brusco misplaced himself. Used the flicker, but no one caught with the final slash. They put it where they wanted to be. Onyx ID are at least cutting it close, 2-2.
But we can definitely see Onyx TH, the idea is really trying to shut down the Suns as much as they can. So many times that they can't commit at this point, it looks personal.
Yep, this is the same situation that they found themselves in game 1. Again, we're not used to Suns being forced to play reactively, to be on back foot, and this seems to be the play for the super fan. Severo put down a half health. This is where the turtle is going to be spawning, so this is hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, pressuring the gold lane, and starting off early. Keyboy, the military here, red right ice already used, the Brusco, down to a fifth of his health, and the Mount Shocker. Keyboy doesn't want to catch the tail end of that stun. In comes Lutfi, uses his ult, finds Brusco into the back line there, and he is still alive. Spellbound going to keep him up. Keyboy, defensive AFG, Kelra able to stop Kyrie from scoring the second turtle. Keyboy might go down here. The captain of the Sky Kings fall.
A bit messy coming in from both teams, but again, we see the idea coming in from Onyx Indonesia. It doesn't matter who, as long as it's Arlet, we gotta take him down. And I gotta say, Leo, the fact that Sans has been targeted so much, I blame Severo. He's so ungankable that you just gotta go mid. Going to the EXP is gonna be difficult going up against this Lapu Lapu. So, you know, Severo's so good that Sans has to take the hit for it.
I agree with you, because the only reason why King Kong and Kelra tried the battle is because it was free. They already have the turtle there anyways, but regardless, they would not waste time to try and take down a Severo. So this is the best Onyx PH can do, is to just check what's going on with Severo, lest they will still continue to try and pressure Sans. Sans jumping up, forcing a flicker from Super Fins. Now the response, do they know this 4? Yes, they do know it's 4, and it's still worth it. Keyboy, revitalize already, final slash, it's 2, displacing Sans, but Keyboy might bite it here, looking for the damage. AOG, between these 3 from Onyx PH, there's really nothing going on. Instead, it does by time and space for Kelra to push them down bottom. That's the first taken down. Zaman force drop to push Severo back.
At this point, I'm pretty sure Kelra is a bit annoyed because not trading with Severo. Severo's playing very, very safe.
Fight me!
Fight me! Come on, man! You're a ranger! Should know how to use this here. But yeah, looking at the fight, looks like Keyboy was trying really hard to bait out as many skills as possible coming in from Onyx Philippines and then just threading the needle with the AOG. Looking at the gold difference here, not a lot of gold difference when we're looking at gold. The biggest difference is in the jungle, but this is the thing about Yi Sun-shin. Just farm up very, very fast, and he's using it to his advantage.
The meta may change, but players' habits do not. King Kong keeping up his jungling pattern and his speed even in August of 2025. Final turtle spawns, lower quarter, here we go. Onyx PH, major presence here. Bush control here from Brusco, missing. The flicker spent already. Keyboy splitting up Super Prince and King Kong. Ludwig scores. Of that happens up and force by Kelra. Pushing back Keyboy, Sans and Kyrie, but it's not enough. They're compromised. Brusco falls. They're man down. AOG Keyboy splitting up the rest of PH. Down goes Prince. Nothing for the M6 World Champions there. And that turtle take goes all to the Sky Kings.
Luffy is amazing at splitting families, man, because he makes sure that there's no 5v5 team fights. He goes to the backline, makes you choose who do you want to deal with, everyone else or just me.
Doesn't sound as good as it looks, but Luffy is doing God's work for the Indonesian champions here, and there's just not him doing that. Keyboy too. Look at this late entry AOG coming in, and there it is. Oh, masterful. Onyx PH really had no business being deep into that fight the way they were.
Yeah, this is a good way for Onyx Indonesia to approach this team fight, which is just making sure it's not a 5v5. Don't make it honest. Make it so that you gotta choose who you gotta deal with, and we got a lot to deal with here. Onyx ID still 1,000 gold ahead. Good going up against Sonic Philippines, but again, looking at their damage dealers, looking at Kelra as well as King Kong, they're in a very good position to get back to the team.
Yep. If anything, King Kong is in a more beneficial spot. People here unable to pop the AOG to be able to retreat. King Kong is just gonna farm. King Kong is just gonna farm. The fact that Severo denied a lot of fights from Kelra, maybe that's what made the 500 gold difference. But the Super Fam ain't sweating it. The Super Fam ain't sweating it. Onyx ID are looking for their wins, licking their wounds. They've lost 1,000 gold lead. I don't know where to find it next, because to be able to split up a family, right, as you so eloquently put it, the family has to be together. But look at this now. Onyx PH are actually across the map. They're spread out.
Yeah, and the fact that King Kong, I feel like Keyboy really hold on. Looks like Kirk got caught.
And Kirk is gonna go down here. Severo gets a kill. Summon Force spent in by Kelra, dashing through, and Sans get pinned down. Perfect chrono vision. Now Keyboy left to the dogs here, and by the dogs I mean the Filipino porcupines. 2 for 1 the trade. Onyx PH come out on top.
Amazing mount shocker coming in from King Kong, stunning 2. And I was about to say, I kind of feel like Onyx ID, they're miscalculating the amount of damage that Yisun Shin could do, because the last time they saw him, it was just a Hunter Strike. But now he has a BOD as well. Look into the mid lane here. Look at how Yisun Shin, King Kong enter the fight. Flicker used and getting to both sides, as well as the Pharaoh got caught. Purified a little bit too late. I can't blame them. Who would have saw that coming?
Also, immaculate positioning on Kelra. He was fighting between a bush, a wall, and the other half of the map that belonged to Onyx ID, and he made it work. Great positioning. That's what scored the free lord for Onyx PH. And now the map will work itself up to become blue. Super Frizz pushing back all 5 members of Onyx ID. Now it's their turn to pull an Indonesian ube.
Yeah, but right now, Onyx ID, they have a good way to clear the Lord Mount Sharker use. They're waiting for him to say, oh, the miss!
Amazing placement! They cordoned off all of Onyx ID behind that here, 2 up top. Super Fritz Crimson, Beacon and Flicker deep into Onyx ID's base. Worth it. All is worth it. 3 for 1, plus this charge on the inhibitor. Onyx PH, a blitzkrieg up top.
I gotta say, I didn't see that one coming, because I thought the Dark Wave missed with the Flicker. They made it work, and now the inhibitor on top is destroyed. Looks like the second tier down bottom is gonna follow suit. And if it doesn't get any worse, Kelra here now having that holy crystal. A lot of damage to Onyx ID has to chunk through, and now Onyx ID, they don't even have a good way to actually initiate a fight. It's so different between a Gacha as well as Kalia. Kalia, you almost don't have to think about it. Just press your ult, whoever's there, you just go with it.
There's a lot of foresight involved if you're playing the Gatot. One of the main differences is at least there's a defensive aspect of Gatot, not so much for Kalia. Looking at the items right now, you know that a Harith is ahead when it doesn't build the book. Kelra went straight for the Holy Crystal, went straight for the sight, went straight for the feather. And Harith means be happy. Like, Kelra is making your hero once more worth it, because there was a time in the past month where Harith was totally useless.
That said, we gotta look, no real gold difference between the gold laners, only by like what, 100, 200. So Severo is still farming up very, very well. And a reverse situation between King Kong as well as Kyrie, because now Kyrie is the one with 2 items and King Kong is the one with 3. The thing about using shit is that you skill very, very well. So yeah, definitely a much different position now, Onyx PH and Onyx ID. They really got to respect King Kong here, because Yisun Shin is deceptively strong.
Yep. Very high macro utility, very good damage burst if you have good positioning. Picks up the Malefic gun, rather roar here. Able to shred right through even Ludwig or Keepway. I also like how Sven now has the Sea Halberd, so he can even pierce through Kelra shields, even Super Fizz, because those are what makes the difference between a fight that ends well for Onyx ID or a fight that just ends, period.
I gotta tell you, Leo, if I'm Onyx ID, this is so difficult, because at this point I don't know who to target, because everyone's so slippery. Kelra's slippery, Super slippery, King Kong's slippery. It's not that you don't want to catch. The question is how?
Oh, fight breaks out, forces Super Fizz to go defensively. King Kong gets shot down by Kyrie. That's a lot of damage spread out through the Super Fizz, and they split him up again. That seems to be the key here. Kelra dancing to the top, of course. Oh, does not stand long enough. Kyrie gets a triple. Bruce and Kurt, the only ones left. Onyx PH have denied their front line. Once again, the banana split works out for Onyx ID as they claim a Lord.
I was wondering who are they gonna target. They were decisive. Go for King Kong first, followed by Super Prince. And then when Kelra's all alone, you deal with him then. Split up the team fight and being decisive. Gotta give a big heads up to Lupi. He went for the first engage and it worked out well.
So good at splitting up the Super Family.
That's how you deal with family. You split them up. But now, yeah, looking back at this replay, it almost looks like they're doing a magic trick. Like, hey, everyone, look at Lupi.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, everyone else goes straight for King Kong. That's clever.
One might also look at it this way. Don't pay attention to Bruce or Kirk. That's what Onyx PH wants you to do. And they said just ignore those two. They're way too chunky. It's useless for us to try. Go for Frizz, Kelra, and King Kong. Down goes the Monster Mage again. He is slain. So is Brusco. There's Diamond Force left there. Kelra didn't even get to use it. The Lord for Onyx ID still standing as it crashes through mid.
Yeah, so for even holy Kelra gets taken down. We double kill. And on the way go through Kirk. Looks like he's gonna get taken down by some Pharaoh. And Onyx ID match point against Onyx Philippines.
It's as if the lightning engage by Onyx up top was fast and swift. Onyx ID one up them in mid all the way. The Super Fan were just gathering their breath. They were still recovering from that split. And then suddenly the end.
I gotta say, this shows how much Onyx Indonesia understands how Onyx Philippines looks at the map. They understand how to make sure they don't have what they want. I like the smoke and mirrors coming in from Onyx Indonesia, showing two hands. Look at my left, while my right is doing something else. This is an amazing showcase by Onyx Indonesia on how the Brawl server Indonesia really understands how to work the team fight. But now, with match point, we're going to be throwing it over back to the panel. Looks like Onyx ID, they're up a game against Onyx PH. After two stumpy games, we finally get an incredibly intriguing and close one, where it was actually Kiboy in the mid who found the right targets on the side of Onyx PH with an unbreakable taunt that led to Onyx ID getting the Lord and eventually getting the win.
Yeah, and a triple for Kyrie in that one. But, this is just a showcase of how impactful all the roles in the flow of a game can be here.
I actually want to add that there are so many mistakes, like from both teams. Not mistakes like outplays. Okay, let's call it like this. So from the first time when Onyx PH, they just bounced back, and with the Mount Shocker, they made like King Kong continuation that was super amazing. And from that part, they started to dominate. Back then, like several minutes later, Onyx Indonesia, like Keyboy, just dropping down, and everybody is bursted.
Yeah, it's really good to see that we got to see, yes, with two explosive teams like this, the risk of mistakes can be high, but the return on investment with outplays, with great performances, is even more magnified. And I like how we got to see a back and forth of that.
I was kind of expecting Destroyer still to comment about the R-Lot.
It's too obvious.
Even when you throw in the hands of Brusco, it's still, unfortunately doesn't get the win there for them. But yeah, it was just a really good punish. And this is honestly what we've seen a lot for MSC 2025 is just these situations where it's like one team is, already charging into the base, they got the Lord with them, they still have the Holy Shields, but then it's that one team fight, or maybe a couple of those team fights that can really turn the tables, and then before you know it, the game is over. You know what I mean? So it's like it was one of those cases here too, where both teams had their own, power spike and everything else working for them. It should have been this case or that case, but again, one major play in the mid lane changed the course of that.
Yeah, and it's funny because if you see it from the other side of the story, the side of Onyx Philippines, if they won that game, it would have been the same thing, where it was just that one play around the major objective, the mountain shocker, of them being able to set up themselves for victory. So I'm glad now that after, again, two very one-sided games, we get a game 3 that's back and forth that shows some of the best reasons why Onyx ID and Onyx PH are at the top of their game. We will be back in just a bit for game number 4, where Onyx ID are in the lead 2-1. In favor of Onyx Indonesia, the champions of Indonesia, while Onyx Philippines, the reigning world champions of our esport, but place in MPL Philippines in the tournament leading up to MSC. Now it's up to them to figure out how they're gonna crack the code that Onyx ID have found. First step, maybe, just maybe, take the Lancelot away from Kyrie.
I agree with that. I'm gonna say take the Lancelot, pick up the Arlot, and give yourself a nice bursty mage. I think will set them up to get to a game 5.
Also, I would prefer to see from them the most stable roamers. I mean, like, you make a bet on the OE composition, but I don't like it. Make it more clear for you. Just catch your opponents. Like Onyx Indonesia showed us. Go Kale, go Cho, make it real. Okay, even one person, you remove it from the fight and destroy map starts here.
Exactly, destroy map. You take one out, you're up one. That means the chances of you winning the fight are really good. By the way, shout out to all of our re-streamers across the world. Now being led by Setia Wanade. Peak viewers peaked at 217,000 plus and more, with almost 2 million hours watched on his stream. Those of Zaycast Gaming, Skylar, and R7 Tatsumaki on the board. So a lot of Indonesian names that I'm very familiar with. So congratulations to all our restreamers and shout out to everyone spreading the good word that is MSC here at the Esports World Cup. We see Coach Jeff and Coach Why Not actually just like, yeah, I wonder what they're talking about. I really wish we could.
The players are laughing too. So
Yeah.
you know, like.
So there's a fun conversation between the two head coaches, I guess. But going back to the draft, I really like the main points that we focused on. For Destroyer, it was a stable roam pick. For Naisu, yes, take out the Lancelot, get Burst. The other condition, and don't get the Arlong.
Yeah.
So I think across the board, those are the main. That's where we can anchor the drafts into, like those main ideas. Maybe for Kiboy and Sans, the main trait now will be heroes like the Chope, Kalea, the pick-off heroes that we know them to be really good at.
Maybe at this point too, they were the coaches were like, "Come on, give me blue, give me red side."
Yeah.
Stop laughing. This is the fourth game in a row now. Onyx Philippines on the blue,
Yes.
right? So
I said you from the beginning, just rewind the time and remember that.
yeah, you know, so I don't know, man. I guess based off the first pick that we're eventually going to see from Onyx Philippines will tell us if they change it or not, because even then, like YSS still being open, it's like, do they still opt for that? Do they still go utility, or do they just potentially put an assassin in the hands of King Kong?
Yeah, I feel like for 2 games, the Onyx ID has gladly told Onyx PH, get the YSS. It's fine for us. So maybe that's something that Onyx PH will think about. That okay, if they're so okay with us getting Yi Sun Shin, what then do we go to? Do we go back to the Baksha in the jungle, or maybe even as a potential flex pick, first pick?
I like your suggestion about ban Lancelot, but they ban Gatotkacha. So, a question mark.
Yeah.
If they want priority for themselves, Lancelot, or they still go the same, you should change.
Yeah, I think that's not the choice of Onyx to decide that. It's them banning Gatotkacha, it's Onyx page telling Onyx ID, your choice. Either you're going to give us the YSS again, or you're going to give us the Lancelot. With the CC taken out, now Onyx PH has a choice. You see, Coach Jeff is making a face like, I see what you're trying to do. So you know what? I'll take away a really good CC option that could have been a first pick for Onyx PH.
Yeah, so this leaves a whole lot. Basically what we're saying here is a whole lot is left open for really good priority, because, and this is a big one for Onyx Philippines, you'll see it, they're still going to go for the YSS. And a part of it, again, from last game is, it's the YSS, he still is a valuable hero pick, and that's why we see teams pick it up early on, but complementing it is the other thing, you know, being able to complement it, and that could have also just been the fact why they went with those first 3 bans. It plays well into the game plan that Onyx Philippines probably wants to take. So now for Onyx Indonesia, it's wide open as well. They could take the Phobius if they want to. They take the Lancelot, which is expected. It's been open for Kyrie now, and he hasn't had any problems with it. So, and then on top of that, that is the Baksha though. Wow.
We already know the jungler and the roamer, so no flex picks. Okay, potentially Baksha can go explain, but most likely no.
Yeah, it's very rare now. It's still I know even as far as up until like getting like in group stage, it was still an option of the EXP lane during scrims. But yeah, usually it is in the roam jungle. So let's settle on that idea.
Unless they pick Akai.
I love Akai, but I have a feeling these two teams don't like it.
Go Akai, roam, go Baksha, explain, and Lancelot, go jungle.
I'm on the boat if there's gonna be a guy somewhere put in the EXP lane.
Yeah.
I've always been that guy screaming about getting more Akai set, but nah, yeah, I don't think we're gonna see Akai between these two teams. So on the page, picks up the Farsa, so strong burst, strong rotation, very good map presence for your mid and jungle. Things just slow down a bit with the Padang, but I feel like this Padang, it's sort of like a throwaway, because Onyx can still go Cho in their role.
Yeah, they could, so like, they're both kind of playing around the fact that they could flex if they wanted to, but the Badang is the most likely flex possibility here. But it also, Badang so far has just been so good at disrupting a lot of rhythm and flow from a lot of teams, and that's why it's picked up. But you can see this early on too. In the first phase, Sans wants to play the Kadena, man. It's been banned out, and now he gets it in his hands to go against this Farsa pick for Super Friends.
It's kind of interesting and not at the same time. From one perspective, okay, you got petrify, you can engage, you can burst someone, but I don't see crowd control. I mean, most likely, Onyx Philippines gonna ban Cho. From what I see. Oh, wait, they don't need because yeah, we got.
No, Onyx PH needs the Cho. Yeah,
they need, but I thought about the Cho going Rome just to catch the opponents and to make a combination with the Katita, but most likely Bucks is going Rome. That's the reason. So they need to remove the XP laners and also Ruby ban. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think Onyx ID do not want to close off the idea again that you could get Kelra to pick up the Ruby in the gold. No, look at them, they know each other too well. They're already just showing to each other, signaling to each other. I don't know what you're thinking, we're not gonna block it. So I think a Claude might actually be okay here for Savero.
Yeah, this is also, it makes me wonder, again, the difference for the placements here, like we saw coming in this, is $100,000, right? So the coaches could be facing off against that too, because, again, that's what's going to separate the placements here for both the teams, and it's, right now, it's match point, right, for Onyx Indonesia. So for Onyx Philippines, these are two big picks that still need to round up the lineup. The last ban is going to the Arthlot. So they don't
Thank you.
They don't worry about the math. They just ban it out instead.
Thank you, Onyx Philippines. I love you guys.
This is the biggest smile I've ever seen on Destroyer's face this entire trip. Someone bans out the Arlot saying, oh yes, let's go.
Now it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. Honestly, dude, I'm on the same boat. It's like, you know what? At least now we'll get it. We're forced to see some different options. They actually go for the flex. Okay, they put the box in the EXP, and the possibility that you pose comes out.
You know, I thought about this, but then no, you know, they're too conservative guys. They won't do it, and they're doing it.
Yeah, I think that's like one of the first few times, if not the first time, we're seeing Box go into the EXP lane.
What if it's Cho XP?
Oh,
maybe. I think again, a part of that, the flexibility is the strength there, and you can really do either, depending on how this goes. But with the Granger now picked up, you've essentially got that double marksman lineup for Onyx Philippines. What's the last choice here? All right, they go Glue. So Glue and the XP, and then what would be the best case there? Because one of the box should just win that, or would it just be a dead lane?
I guess, but
I just don't see that often. So.
Yeah, it might be better off for the Cho and the EXP because it's a little bit.
Cho looks better.
Yeah, it's harder for the Glue to deal with in the laning phase. That Glue essentially is just like, all right, let me slowly clear my lane while the Cho gets out. I still think this is gonna be like a clog for Savero. Unless they go something like Earthal if they want something mobile with good damage. But yeah, it is Claude.
It's really hard for me to draw this even. I don't know.
Yeah, especially, okay, if you think about Destroyer math, okay, 6v5 with Dexter, but Glue. How many little Glue-lets does he have?
We're on the same boat, bro.
I think
somebody count him.
Yeah, with Destroyer here, it's hard to read for this one. Nicey, what do you think, man?
So I'm on the same boat, but I'm hoping for a game 5. Somebody go with Onyx Philippines.
All right, let's see if we are going to be getting that game of 5 in this best of 5 series where Onyx ID are in the lead. Or will Onyx just say no more game 5? We want to walk away with $100,000 more than our Filipino counterparts. LaFell, Leo, stake us into this game.
I agree that this one is going to be hard to read. Heck, this is a good time to be illiterate. And now, 5v5, who cares about that? Numbers! It always expands as we're jumping in to the series where right now Onyx ID is still in match point. It's on Onyx's hands to extend. Now Super Prince looks like it's able to survive with this slither of health. Now Kurt even comes in just to provide the backup.
Early technical knockout for the Sky Kings here, giving a lot of space for Keyboy and Sons to bully Brusco. This will some way somehow compromise King Kong's jungling patterns, unless they are able to clear him out. Yep, there it is. So it's now Keyboy's turn to actually check in on his side if King Kong's been cheeky. The answer is no. So the Super Fam are playing this a little too close to the chest, hoping that they still find a way to be proactive.
I gotta say, playing quite often this patch, it is a bit annoying going up against that glue because you don't have a way to really survive. And now Brusco taking a bit of damage coming in from Keyboy as well as Sans, doing a very good job trying to have priority here in mid, but it looks like they're not really rotating anywhere. They're just making sure that Onyx Philippines, they don't go anywhere. They just stay mid.
Uh-oh.
Even King Kong, just stay mid.
Lutfi put down about a third of his health. They are fighting closer to Kirk's turret, but you're right. Lavelle, it is tough for the box to survive. Here's a quick look at the emblem set. If you want to play Baka EXP against Kirk at a game, there you go. Just all HP plus Concussive Blast.
Interesting. For this one, Super Prince is going for Puyo Sub together on the third fight, understanding that perhaps he's going to be the main target that Onyx ID wants to shut down, and respectfully so, the Farsa is going to be a big problem in this matchup. The Glue having thrill as well, trying to make sure that he wins out that lead. So looking at the priorities coming in from Onyx Philippines, it really is to get pressure, making sure that you don't get stopped by anyone coming in from Onyx ID.
Onyx BH first to the scene here. Turtle already spawned in Brusco, pulling it ever so slightly closer to their side of the map. Sans cutting through. There's the Mount Shocker and the spread. Kirk looking to get the ride out. The Lutfi finds the Mount Feathered Airstrike. Can Lutfi survive? Gets out of the circumference of the Feathered Airstrike. Rolling out. I guess that's how that works. And now Kirk left all to his lonesome. Gets cornered by Kyrie and Lutfi. Survives via the spread, but only for so long. A retribution. He's taken so long. He's held these two hostage, opening up the turtle tank. The Onyx PH. Lavelle, was that worth it?
I don't think so, man, because that took forever and a half to take down one Kirk and to give over the turtle to Onyx Philippines, because we got to think about the win condition, and that's getting King Kong online as fast as possible. In a way, they allowed that to happen.
And all the more it opened up the rest of the map for Onyx PH, because already you saw post-turtle take, Prince and Keller were able to rotate up already. So yeah, all the more, this is so worth it for the Super Fam. Onyx ID, they have to bounce back. They have to get their priorities straight, lest we go to Game 5.
But something to keep in mind for Kirk, make sure you manage your long longs very well, because once the Lancelot has the War Axe, he's going to have an easy time to get maximum stacks on that War Axe, so maximum damage with the penetration. So he just has to be careful not to hurt his own team with those long longs.
For those of you wondering, long longs are the triple OG name for Glue's Gluelings. If you know, you know. Keller here gets visited by Keyboy. So it's laning against Severo's going pretty well. Again, he's up by about half an XP bar. That is a byproduct of that early rotation post-turtle take. Mid lane, though, this story, the fact that Superman has died 4 minutes in and only popped his Purify once, that means it's going relatively good for the Super Fam.
Yep. I like that Severo has a good answer where people ask, how do you fight with Kelra? And he just says, I don't. You don't. Just let him do what he wants, and I do whatever I want.
Yep.
10 minutes, then we'll brawl out. We see who's better. Now King Kong having that Hunter Strike will have quite a lot of damage coming for this turtle fight.
And this turtle is spawning in about 3 seconds, just in time for Savera to have cleared the majority of that wave. And the not fighting Kelra MO is fitting this Claude's farming pattern, because you just gotta leave the lane, double lane, and then bob your uncle. So far, this looks like a complicated dance. Second turtle, upper grabs. Kirk setting up the front line for Onyx PH. There's the Mount Shocker. Kirk already taking too much. The fifth crack and break by Brusco, setting up a turtle take. Down goes one. Lutfi bites it straight for Kirk. Down goes Oz as well. And now it's Keyboy's turn. Double kill for the gold standard. Onyx PH walking away with everything they want.
It's so good and so bad to see a Badang perform this way, because this is the thing about Badang. It's not about being tanky. It's not about canceling out those CCs. It's just about being annoying as heck, making it so that you disrupt your opponent. Whatever plan you had, scrap it off, because I'm going to make sure you don't get to execute any of them.
It was just about a year ago when Badang started to rear his handsome face in this current metagame and in the higher echelons of MLBB esports. Now he's a legit mainstay. Again, the fact that you can be on the losing end of a fight end of game and still find a way to clap back via a hero engage. That's doubled down by the fact when you're ahead, you're so ahead. Brusco, despite just having 2 assists, have helped score everything for Onyx PH, has set up this 2K gold lead that makes us all the more closer to a game 5. How's that for a battle for the? How's that for a quote-unquote just scrim between friendly teams? Great fate, top and bottom.
Hey, answering the question, who's the better Onyx, man? That in itself, because even during the draft, you can see how excited the coaches are to draft against each other because they know each other so well. And I'll look at Onyx ID. They're going for more farm on Kyrie, making sure that he has the damage first. He has the War Axe. Maybe they want a little bit more. Savero taking a lot of damage coming in from Super Prince, and Super Prince wants to chase after that, but Sans and Loopy make sure that Savero gets out alive.
This whole don't fight Kelrock can only go so far, because if you run away from that lane, you go to mid, Super Prince is there. You leave mid, you don't want to go that direction, you have Brusco and King Kong chasing you. So the map is shrinking for Onyx ID. There's only so many places you can go that the Super Fam can get you. King Kong here gets hit by these kicks from Keyboy. Mount Shocker to confirm the positioning of all of Onyx ID. This wall set up behind the wall, forcing Ludwig to go ahead and use the Puissance. Not going to be enough. Serving him a kill to kill right. Stack on a Sky Piercer. Take that too. Keyboy falls as well. But there's like my Super Prince forcing the rough waves from Sans. The T-Lock can't survive this one. All this while, Cheeky Kyrie going for the purple while King Kong takes the turtle.
Yep, and now, honestly, Kelra is starting to become a problem here. 4-0-0. About time where he's going to be able to one-shot people. Now, even with the Malefic Roar, it doesn't matter if you're building all those armors, it's going to get shredded down. Loopy is already not having a good time going up against this Glue. Now he's going to have a worse time going up against this Granger. Who knew violence could hurt this much?
And so far, violence is the answer. Onyx PH throwing damage on everything that Onyx ID throw their way. Half health on Sans and Ludwig. Just through pokes, LaFell, just through pokes.
One of the biggest problem right now is that Keyboy does not have an opportunity to get a kick onto anyone. The fact that Super Friends having that pull yourself together with 3 assists makes it so that timing is going to be so difficult for Onyx ID to the point where even if you extend this game, oh look, going for an attempt, it looks like he's failed.
Oh, the fist break. Didn't even get clicked yet. That was just a crack right there. So imagine how unfortunate it would have been for Keyboy just getting picked off for free. Kurt looking for a mount. Not going to happen. Onyx ID dispersing. They're doing everything they can in their power to protect mid-lane tier 1.
Yeah, and Onyx Philippines is also making sure that they don't overhype themselves. They don't overheat. They make sure that they don't overextend because they understand that in terms of firepower, they already have a lot of it. They don't have to force things out. If Onyx ID really wants to defend this, eventually one of them will go down. At that moment, that's where we can really capitalize and punish them. So I like the patience coming in from Onyx.
Oh my God, Brusco with a full combo and a flicker committed. The Feather Airstrike serving up another kill for Onyx PH. Who saw that coming?
You want back? I take back what I said about being patient. They just waited for an opportunity for Brusco to go in, and then Bob's your uncle. 0-0-5 for Brusco, 5-0-0 for Kara. Both the roamer as well as the goal laner having an amazing game for themselves.
Mad stacks on Keller's Sky Piercer. I reckon that's 4 kills in the bank for the stacks on that. And now the Lord. This is a very significant 5,000 gold lead. Onyx ID have to play this well. They have to play very specifically and carefully if they want to contest. Kirk and Prince alone are able to send Onyx ID a certain direction.
But now the Golden Staff being built by Savero to be able to deal quite a lot of damage. Not sure if it's going to be enough to really take anyone down, but they still have a fighting chance. Showing that Dexter inside the bush to make sure that they have clear vision of where Super Prince is. Keyboy probably going to try to catch King Kong, but again, easier said than done.
Dear God, Ludwig down to a fifth of his health. Forced Puissance and Baksha Unite out looking for target. Instead gets mounted here. The Keyboy kick unable to pay off, but no, they're able to burst King Kong. Brutal goes to 2. A deceptive positioning from Onyx ID, able to take 3 down. And now Kelra, up next on the docket, survives Suddenly, Onyx ID able to blitz into a winning position. They claim this Lord.
And now people are gonna question, how does Kyrie keep getting the Lancelot, man? This guy's the problem because Onyx ID, even without that Lapu Lapu, in a way they're able to split the team fight, but a little bit differently, where you wait for the glue to mount on the Foxia and then just roll on out of there, make it into an honest 4v4. This is a different way of Onyx ID splitting the fight, making sure that Kirk is a non-factor in the team fight.
Man, Lutfi made sure Kirk knew that it wasn't him mounting Lutfi. It was Lutfi mounting Kirk. He took him away, right? That's definitely one way to make that 5K gold lead matter less. And now Onyx ID are on their way to reclaiming a majority of the map. Great work here by the Indonesian champions. Onyx PH, they have to recover. They can't let what happened in Game 3 repeat itself. That was the story of that game. It was all Onyx PH until a moment like this.
Onyx ID is also making sure that they don't get caught by Onyx Philippines, and this is a very interesting situation where the coach is telling Lupi, is like, you gotta 1v1 Kirk, and Lupi asks, how long? And he's like, exactly. Now the Lord already getting chunked down, looks like it's gonna be a non-factor, not able to touch that turret, so despite Onyx ID having a big lead, Kyrie is able to escape that one.
Finish track already spent by Brusco. Didn't want to commit too much. We'll go off cooldown in just a few moments. Super Prince, very dangerous positioning. Wings by Wings has the Purify on hot call here. On PH, again, their lead has shrunken. Again, down to just barely 1,000. This is definitely a defensive power spike by Keyboy. The Twilight Armor no longer is just gonna disappear.
I really feel like Onyx ID is making this goal lead look very deceptive, because you would assume that Onyx Philippines has control of everything, and the way that they just take away control, it's very interesting to watch. But Onyx Philippines, they can definitely outplay this just by making sure that they play deceptively themselves. I kind of feel like if one or two members just don't show themselves on the map, it will cause some hesitation coming in from Onyx ID. And maybe one of those members should be Kirk, because he should see that he is the one being isolated every single time.
Yeah, no longer can they just go for the 1-2 step of Kirk go mount somebody and then Brusco walk off. You have to have Brusco and Kirk walk off and use your flickers, gentlemen. Use your flickers to try and find an initiation. So now Onyx PH can understand that, because they're not just welcoming Onyx ID's attempts. This is also a trap. Onyx ID now forcing a feather strike out of Super Friends. Keyboy turning a kick, still has his flicker on the ready. This is all good for Onyx ID. The more time that Onyx PH allows for them, that's more farm and Savera that they're building up.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like an engagement. I mean, Luke P jumps in, gets caught. So far still okay with tons. He actually goes in, deals a lot of damage. And now Kyrie, killing spree, goes all the way in. Kelra still free hitting from the down low. But here, look at the Joe Flicker and shut down. Kyrie gets a triple. And now Super Prince having to use the better airstrike just to create some space. Look at Keyboy. Keyboy's waiting in. Super Prince, does he know? Does he know? And it looks like he knows now. So Fair goes in. Wings by Wings out of there.
Not a problem. He had his Purify. A moment of hesitation. A slight episode of confusion for Onyx PH. That is what led to the triple for the Sky Kings. A trade for Lutfi, all the more worth it. Again, if this repeats itself, they ended up with a different approach in the equation, but ended up with the same result. Onyx ID have now gotten the lead to their side, 1,500 plus a Lord.
Yo, I gotta say, Onyx ID have been doing this, I believe, ever since the second game, which is they always try to bait out abilities coming in from Onyx Philippines. Onyx ID is very good at baiting here, making it so that they're in position to do damage, forcing a reaction coming in from Onyx Philippines, and be like, nope, just hitting, we're getting out of here, nothing left, you sure you're good? Now it's our time to shine.
Now a very, very obvious weakness in Onyx PH's game plan, especially when they're on the back foot. They lack re-engage. What is the re-engage in the arsenal? The repertoire used to be miles deep. Now it seems like when Onyx ID finds that window, Onyx ID just puts Onyx PH in a position wherein they can't respond. They're stuttering. They're caught with the pants down. Like, how do you fight back? That's been the story of these previous games where Onyx ID went out of nowhere, and now they're knocking on Onyx PH's base. Lord jumps on the bottom lane. Mountain Shocker already used. Onyx PH definitely on the back foot, losing that bottom lane inhibitor.
And now looking at Onyx Philippines, again having a bit of a difficult time here to really protect their base despite having that Farsa. Honestly, Onyx ID keeps forcing it out. We even saw Suns like freely using the rough waves just to get out of that situation after he got what he wanted.
Here comes Onyx ID, that is, feinting another engagement, forcing a feathered airstrike and a defensive maneuver from Onyx PH. Although it could have gotten so much worse, Onyx ID, they know that they have to play for this next Lord a minute out.
Yep. Despite Onyx ID basically having access to the base of Onyx Philippines, Kelra and Super Friends are still top 2 in the damage charts here. So in terms of damage, in terms of fighting back, you can definitely do it. And I believe that Onyx ID, they have to use the Lord, because getting inside the base with this kind of drive against the Granger, against the Isishin, against the Farsa, not a lot of baits will really work, because at this point they have more firepower in form of turrets. So Onyx ID, they're in a situation where they want to force a fight. Honestly, they can. And if they do, it might be a big throw.
The clock's ticking. It's Onyx time, definitely, but you know for which. There's about a 20-second timer wherein Onyx PH should force something. That's why they're rotating out aggressively. And there's a decent amount of stacks on Keller. Oh my lord! Super Fritz spots Sans, or should I say the other way around, forcing a response. Magic Sentry used up. No one home. It was just Sans checking these root brushes.
Yep. Respecting as well the fact that Sans can get out of harm's way. Make sure that Super Friends does not use a fair airstrike, especially considering that the Lord has spawned here. Onyx Philippines, how do they react to this? Because Onyx ID, they might go for a fake engage again.
So now the Lord is confirmed to have evolved. It has extra abilities, especially in the siege. And Onyx PH have made their intentions well known. They're looking for the contest. Friends and Kelra very close to the front line. In Corsans, Mount Shocker. Onyx PH know where everyone is. Feather strike, pushing them out. Lord at about half health. Ludi rolling around. What's the plan here for Onyx ID?
Yeah, and now with a lot of skill being used by Onyx Philippines, Onyx ID is taking control. It looks like Sans goes in with a Petrify. And now Kyrie gets the Lord.
And the Revitalize from Lud be able to keep him alive long enough, but Onyx PH will punish the Lord for the EXP laner. I think Onyx ID are happy with this result.
At this point, it really is about who has the better trade, and considering the base situation of Onyx Philippines, like you said, Onyx ID, they're very happy. And again, Onyx ID are in the minds of Onyx Philippines, understanding how they think, understanding how they react, and using all of that to win this third place match.
And they even know what Onyx PH are willing to give up, and that's what allows Onyx ID to get these beneficial trades. They've been trading up. The Sky Kings have been trading up, ladies and gentlemen. They got a calculator right underneath that desk. All right, this is what they did. All right, we'll get away with it. Loot me for the Lord. Let's do it. And they're still holding them by the neck. 3K gold lead. The map is red. This might be the endgame siege.
Second engage coming in. T-Boy stopped by Kirk. No with Dragon just yet. The Lord is inside base of Onyx Philippines. For now, looks like Onyx ID. They're spread out the map. Liquid goes in, finds one.
Feathered airstrike plus the fist crack. And now another might fall. Popping T-Boy immortality. Able to take her out. And Kelra gets it. Max rage. Super Prince looking for stragglers. 2 for free. And no additional inhibitors fall for the Super Fam. They kick out Onyx ID.
And again, this is what we were talking about. Onyx ID against the draft of Onyx Philippines. They can't really get inside the base. They got to use the Lord to really pull them out. Which I feel like Onyx Philippines, they understand this. That's why, sure, get the Lord. As long as we don't die, we can protect the base. We're all good.
And that was an evolved Lord, mind you, that had the extra skills, that had more damage to improve and enhance Onyx ID's chances at team fights. And now suddenly, look, Onyx PH have left their base, turned the map blue, and are looking for a siege of their own. Feather airstrike coming in from Super Prince. Ludwig taking a good amount of these salvos, and that inhibitor falls. What a disciplined comeback. Onyx PH able to regain a majority of the macro.
Let me just say, if this goes all the way to Game 5, Onyx ID should really consider doing something about this Badang, man, because everyone, just stop it, Badang.
Look at the deal. Mikey Boy knocks up Kirk, finds him. There's a familiar strike, the answer. Lutfi on the Super Fringe. Kelrod half held. Down goes Kyrie. Lutfi now catches a few stray bullets. He's down. And so will Keyboy go. Just Sanders are better left. I don't know how this Kadila Cloud can do this, especially against 5 members of Onyx.
And now having the minions charge in as well, they're able to get inhibitor. Is this the end? Can they do it?
Massive waves. In comes the battle. Hey, blazing the wet to save the day. It's not going to be enough. Brusco finds Sons in the back. Down he goes. And ladies and gentlemen, the Super Fam have said, not so fast. We're going all the way to Game 5.
Onyx against Onyx. The battle continues. This is a battle for third, but at the same time, this is to prove who is the better Onyx. This is a back and forth match. I gotta say, for Brusco, if he's able to get that Badang again, he's gonna create havoc against Onyx Indonesia. So definitely something for them to consider, because I gotta say, good idea coming in from Onyx ID, but every single time prevented by the Badang.
Kudos to Onyx PH as well for the discipline and the foresight to know that these fights are worth it. A little extra on this, and then we go all in on this. And that was that last minute sequence where they kicked out Onyx PH and then went for the fish up top.
Yep, I gotta say Onyx ID made a bit of a desperate play for the final one, but now with this match pushing us all the way to game number 5, we're gonna be throwing it back to panel. Just when you thought you knew how this story would end, Onyx PH pulls it right back, and we're down to just one best of one in what started as Onyx PH taking this very first half of the series. Onyx ID going to match point. Just like the previous game, this game came off one sudden turnaround.
It was that one sudden turnaround here in the base, right as I mentioned it. There it is, Brusco with a great flicker set up there to stop even Sense from, maybe petrifying someone, getting the rough waves off. Could have been very different because that was the start to bringing it back in their favor. And this is the trend. This is the case of a lot of our games here for SC.
From the beginning, Onyx PH actually were leading. Then the comeback from Onyx Indonesia, then again turnaround, and Onyx Philippines win. I'm just shocked. That was super impressive. I really like that game.
Yeah, it's the similar story for the previous 2 games now, and it's just fun to see. It's always great to see those back and forth. Oh, that team's gonna win. Suddenly a turnaround out of nowhere, and this ended up becoming 21 minutes long.
We've had a couple games now to reach, this point and even further, but I guess that's always the case. I know we were talking about this back even in the group stage where it's like, some of these objectives that you see be the focus, sometimes it's not always about that. It's fighting for those objectives that usually turn the tables, but then the base defenses, man, there's just something about these lineups, and maybe that's something we can talk about later on too, about the meta shifting like we mentioned, or is it established now? It's a lot of these lineups that allow you to also turn things around when it's a base defense, because whether that's 5,000 gold, 10,000 gold, I think is some of the biggest ones we've seen so far.
Actually, you marked a good point about the base defense, because also Leo and Lafel mentioned it, and it was impossible for Onyx Indonesia to reach out the main goal, the main building, and they just could not enter the enemy base.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah, it's like every time they wanted to enter the base, it was so risky for them to. Whereas Onyx PH had a glue and a Badang hold down the front line so that the Farsa and the Granger can just damage from afar. And as we can see, take it out from the base and put it into the rest of the map. The lineup of Onyx sometimes can be too hard for the lineup of Onyx PH to handle, because you have so many formation breakers that take away the front-to-back team fighting that Onyx PH wants. But you put that in the bases, whether it's in defense or even offense, it's too tough to deal with the lineup of Onyx PH.
Yeah, and a lot of those lineups that we see that do have trouble, finishing a game. That's why you need certain things to happen, and for them it was to get a kickoff, to maybe utilize the because then it's even to the sense it's like a Baksha you're going to see coming, right? He's just shield unitied up, and he's going to jump over the wall most likely. So then it shifts over to a very specific scenario to turn that into an actual siege that can end the game, where in comparison you have so many options to go ahead and defend it, clear the waves, hold the waves if you have to, with front line that we saw from Onyx Philippines.
I like our conversation because we don't know what we're gonna expect going further. It's no idea. For me, this series looks like, hi bro, delivery department, I want a hamburger and one comeback. Onyx Philippines, what do you want? One comeback, please.
Either or, right? I think at this point, either Onyx Philippines or Indonesia, because now with the series we've seen that a couple times in a couple different games.
Yeah, I don't know if my heart can handle another comeback-centric fight for game number 5, but let's see. Maybe we might just actually get that here. I also feel like at some point, maybe Onyx Philippines, or maybe even as the draft ended, Coach Why Not, Coach Hayes probably reminded the players, guys, our lineup is good at defending for the base. It's even better that they were actually able to take the lead in the early to mid, because if this was Onyx Indonesia taking the lead early, snowballing, it might have been actually tough for Onyx base to pull it off. So kudos to, in the previous series, Onyx Indonesia sticking to their win condition. The previous game. In this game, Onyx BH sticking to their win condition. And despite it being a battle for third, we're seeing it, just how important the battle is for them.
Yeah, again, the difference in terms of prize money for them, but also like you can see it from the shots here. I love the shots that we get of the players, because we talked about going into this matchup anyway that some of the pressure, some of the weight was off of their shoulders, because it is this third place match. And even when they're having those close-up shots, you see them having fun, smiling, prepping up. And then essentially, it has now come down to that best of one that we mentioned earlier. It comes down to one game for basically $100,000.
Several days, and nearly all the time we see full series. Yeah. It means something. It's I think it's one of the best World Series. I mean, for the semifinals, for the third place, and I hope for the grand finals.
Yeah, I think you could definitely say this is one of the best, if not the best, MSC we've had in terms of match quality, match length. The hero pool, everything. It's like all of the previous years of tournaments we've had have just collided into what we have now.
This is the best for me. Hands down.
Yeah,
I would say, like, even as a viewer before, like this MSC in general has just been like all the boxes have been ticked. A healthy meta, you don't see the same exact. Well, you see some of the heroes that still pop up, but you see a lot of variations in the draft. You see a lot of. I think we are up to like 90. I want to say like 90 unique heroes or something. I know before it was like 85, 87. We've seen a couple more pop up now. Turnarounds, much more fighting-centric games as well, but also still games that we've seen be low kill games for a while, and then they're just focusing on the first 3 turtles of the game. So it's like you have a lot of shades of all the previews we've had in the past.
I really like this MSC. Yeah, from my heart, from the bottom of my heart, I enjoy it. I'm really enjoying all the atmosphere that's happening here in the venue, and special thanks to our viewers, guys. You're super amazing. Just because of you, also, you create this atmosphere. In chat, I understand that not everyone can appear here in Riyadh, but still, even if you're watching online, you create this atmosphere, and thanks to you.
Yeah, and in just a few moments, we are gonna be seeing the final game between 2 brothers at this point. I don't have any siblings. If I did, I would do everything I can in my power to prove to them why I'm the superior child.
Even if you're the younger one.
Yeah,
right?
even if I'm the younger one, even if I have older siblings, and I feel like that's the energy that this series brings to the table now. Like, again, we've discussed, like, it's no longer about org pride, country pride. It's about their each individual pride to be able to stand up at the end of the game, look across the stage and just go, I'm better than you. And I feel like these last two games were just like the evidence of that.
Yeah. Hey, man. if they do end up going to Japan, you know, if they do get that opportunity, they can go ahead and say that to each other. Whoever ends up winning this towards the end of it.
You know, from my perspective, they already proved that they are the best. I mean, they went to top 4. I mean, it's 2-2.
Yeah.
And the last game, no matter who's gonna win, it's anyway. For me personally, they showed us really good performance.
If you want to see some really good stuff in game, check out Dino Planet. It's our all-star event. Roar. We got dinosaurs. Put up the Roar song in your main menu.
So good.
It's the best song we have right now in game. We swear, promise you that, it's only available until August 5th, the event, excuse me. And don't forget to do all of the mini games involved and to unlock the free skin, Papa Koopa, Proto Hunter, plus that really cute Jawhead skin. I didn't think there could be any more cute Jawhead skins, but they came up with another one.
Yeah, there's way too many.
Yeah.
There's like way too many good ones. So if you're a Jawhead player, it's like so hard to decide.
Yeah. I want a sick Jawhead skin one time.
A what?
Jawhead, like a sick kaiju-looking Jawhead skin.
Just one that's completely off-brand for Jawhead.
Yeah. And then still just have the little girl like driving it, but it's like imagine like a Robo Godzilla or something.
You don't need to kill them. I mean, you're gonna get Godzilla.
If you don't have the little girl driving the machine, like that's part of the. Well, she doesn't drive the machine. Jawhead actually protects the little girl.
Yes.
Her name is Ailey Henry. I feel like at one point in my career, that's what I said every single week of my life.
Yep.
Just to remind people, and just to remind you, we're now in the draft for game number 5. Just waiting for it to pop up. One thing for Onyx PH, I really think they should not give Lancelot anymore to Kyrie.
Yes, absolutely agree. So, basically, you know, they could ban it. Or just let something else.
Yeah.
And when I see, for example, Funny Bun, I got a question. Like a question mark, a big question mark, a huge question mark.
Yeah.
Why?
Actually, that's a good point. Like, they made that Fanny struggle, but they still continue to ban it.
I guess you just call that respect. Just like this, you know, you have to give them respect, right?
Why does... Oh, wait. Only Indonesia first pick? Whoa.
I told you guys, the whole time that him and maybe Coach Why Not have been making faces at each other, it's because of the sides.
Someone is kickoff starting to make
he's doing it too. Oh. Dude, I'd be scared. I'd be scared of that.
I'd be terrified. All right. Your turn, Luffy. All right, never mind.
He's got nothing.
Yeah, he's cool.
So, turn the back to the ground.
See Coach Addy pumping his chest there. Again, you'd love to see the vibe. We shouldn't get taken out. With the Lancelot gone, I think we might be seeing a utility jungle battle. Fredrin might be the first option here for Onyx ID even.
Fredrin, that's all.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Fredrin, others.
No, imagine if we just, throw it back to game 5 and it's just like Fredrin Baksha.
Yeah. That might actually be the case.
Because they banned out the Lancelot, they banned out the Fanny. YSS is gone.
Hayabusa ban. Let's go till the end.
Ban out Hayabusa.
They started partying junglers. Let's
just
go.
Tell each other no more assassins. Let's go back to utility junglers.
The brutal fight for the like utility jungler.
Yeah, just like big meaty men slapping meat.
Yes, something like that. On the middle, like box in the ring in the middle of the map from the downtown. So, and the Trusin ban and the first pick for Onyx Indonesia.
Oh, it's not the Fredrin, it's the Baksha.
Baksha. So there has to be a Fredrin over on the side of Onyx Philippines.
I mean, they don't need to rush it.
They don't need to rush it. But so they grab the CC. Do they grab the Farce?
I like CC Farsa. CC Farsa or CC Moscow.
Oh, right, Moscow.
And but they said, they most likely will pick up the Farsa. Then Onyx can go. Excuse me.
Onyx Philippines go Fredrin.
Onyx Philippines, they'll probably pick Fredrin as like their third pick.
Yeah.
They'll pick up their mid or gold laner now.
Doesn't matter. You can exchange. So, I mean, if you want. Okay, never mind.
Kalea. Okay. Oh yeah, that would have been terrifying to go up against if you had like a Kalea roam and then a jungle Baksha. Your jungle is not safe.
And there is a composition again. So we see the CC and Kalea again.
Okay, we have a strong combo. Onyx. How are you gonna flip the script here? Because I think they've already settled this is gonna be a jungle Baksha. They pick up a Sans hero now, Severo hero. Oh,
I think Gatot Kacha and Gatot and wait.
Shout out to Ranger Emmas who completely whooped me in lane as a Paquito EXP laner last night. I was playing CC and it is not a fun trade.
So would you say that this is a winning trade?
Yes.
Or is it just in that instance?
We saw it several times.
Yeah, so I know Ranger Emmas is here, so shout out to you and your Paquito.
You know, we saw it several times, and this matchup, yes, 1 versus 1, it's better than to be Paquito.
Yeah.
But there is the reason. You are playing 5 versus 5. And Paquito, it's kind of hard to position yourself in good. And Frederick, wow, I like it actually. I like it. So finishing with the Paquito, yeah, it's really hard to make your hero work as you plan.
Yeah.
You're trying to skip, but you can get caught.
Yeah, especially now with the Frederick and the Clay on board. Laning wise, Quito should be very happy.
Yeah.
Bigger team fight wise, that's when Lutby really needs to find his timing.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, the window for Lupi is paramount on the Paquito, but I guess that's just, in general, is what we usually see from Paquitos. And you know, the XP lane is going to be played a little bit differently, where he's going to be looking for those targets from on Philippines, especially depending on what the gold lane options are going to be. We're going to see if Onyx Indonesia continues to narrow some of those choices down. You can see that Kimmy's taken out. So, I don't know. The Harith being up, I guess you ban them, just ban the Moscow at least one of these bans? Or?
Yeah. I think Onyx would want to, consider banning out both. Ban out the Moscow, ban out, I'm thinking Claude. They go for the Granger. Because Onyx might have enough room in their lineup to go for Faramis, so they can go fast, try to end this quickly, but then you need to take out a lot of the AoE.
Do you think that you need to ban Claude? I mean, the composition again, to catch one person, Onyx Philippines, from the right side.
Yeah.
Moscow sounds more reasonable, and also I would think about, okay, never mind, they just ban Matilda, and there's decision.
Yeah. Alright, so for people wondering why Matilda was banned here, Onyx Philippines is one of the teams who actually have a pocket Matilda mid laner option for them for Super Friends, which is why Onyx Indonesia decided to ban the Matilda. I'm pretty sure people were wondering that there's already a Kaleo, we know the Rogue, we know the EXP, but that's the main reason. Kick on basis while Finance is facilitating the draft. Oh,
this is also pocket pick.
Oh, this is so bad for the Harith and the Paquito though. Like, even more so now you were mentioning the Paquito will have a hard time with the low year around. Lutby, his timing needs to be perfect every single team fight.
I feel like at the same time though, like if Prince isn't careful here, he could get bursted down really quickly. So that might be the job. It might be like this game of who gets better positioning, who gets that window, and it could be Lupi to go for that. But yes, you're right. He has to be very careful. So how do you help that? You bring in a Varsa. You can fight around the Feathered Airstrike now. That's also a threat in itself. And then lastly, they're going to go for, what do they put in the Rome? It's an Angela.
Oh, overloaded.
Angela Baksha combo.
Yes, but your early game struggles a lot. So, for example, Onyx Philippines, if they if we change Kalea to Cho, the early game would be just insane for Onyx Philippines. But even without the Cho, it's still their triple is much better than Onyx Indonesia.
Oh man, I think Onyx PH will still end up with the Claude for Keller most likely. Moskov is an option, of course. Yeah, there we go. It is the Moskov that gets locked in. And key boy on an Angela. He was able to pull it off as an SS yesterday, but an Angela today, we don't know. How do you feel about Nice real quick?
I like it. It covers the grounds, but you gotta make it work.
Okay.
I don't like Angela Romer. It's like one of the worst options for now, and I think the trio of Onyx Philippines go in.
Let's see. It demands a lot of mechanical precision to make this Angela the center of the map, alongside the Fireside, alongside the Baksha, work out. But they could potentially snowball out of this. Unless Onyx PH just shows why their lineup is easier to pull off. LaFell and Leo take us into Game 5.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Welcome to the final game in this Onyx versus Onyx series. Silafel as well as Leo calling the final game to see who is the better Onyx. Is it one from Indonesia or Philippines?
What a way to wet the senses to prep for our grand finals. Then to get two of the best teams in all of MLB sports right now to put on a clinic of what is possible in the current metagame to take us all the way.
We've seen assassin versus assassin throughout this best five, and now they're ending up with the utility junglers, the Fredrin as well as the Boxia. So prepare for a macro-heavy game here, especially Super Friends getting that Luffy again. But Sans and Keyboy having a very good first mid. I don't know how it will turn out.
Not to mention the resistance of the Moskov in the hands of Kelra. So there's so many ways that Onyx PH can get to Onyx ID, but it's not like Onyx ID are throwing blanks. You know what I mean? They have the Angela. They also have the Farsa that can wings by wings out. Not to mention the Bakshi Knight from Kyrie. So already, I assume that as soon as these teams hit level 4, then they're gonna try to do stuff on the map.
I gotta say, for Onyx ID, they have a second win condition, which is waiting for that Flats of the Oasis. And that will be going up against Kirk. Looks like both are really heavily trading against each other. So now we're seeing the roamers coming down to rotate, taking quite a lot of damage, but should be fine here.
Yep. These early engagements from these bruisers in EXP lane demand attention and additional effort from the other parts of the map. And again, how does this happen? I felt that for the first 5 minutes, first 10 minutes of every single game in this best of 5, the gold laners getting gold lane experience. It just seems to be an Onyx versus Onyx standard.
At this point, it's a gentleman's agreement. It's like, can we all agree that only four of us are going to play for the first 5-10 minutes, and then afterwards, they feel like it, hey, they can join in. Speaking of, right, the Turtle has spawned. Onyx Philippines looks like they're in control.
Brusco overshooting quite a bit, forcing a flicker now from Super Prince as Ludwig gets to the back line. Kyrie secures the first Turtle. Brusco goes out, gets punished for his odd positioning. Now the hard guard, Ludwig, he's in. That's 4 members of Onyx ID pushing forth into Onyx PH's jungle. Okay, King Kong clutch this, doesn't have a retribution. Kyrie rolling up, the SOD by Kelra. Won't be pressing the button. They let off too much pressure, too much of a risk if things go sideways. If Onyx gets it, and that's a steal! Grab the purple in the worst possible way! Sans! Gila Sans gets it!
The moment you think it's safe, it's really not. Now Kirk having to use the bench just trying to get out of this predicament. Looks like he's able to get out of it. Onyx IE, they basically want everything in the first 3 minutes.
Brusco, quick slam here. The flicker, the tsunami slam. Not enough damage from Prince just yet. Keyboy survives. Kyrie helps with a puissance. It's all going Onyx ID's way.
Even Severo getting that gold crab, earning just a little bit more for himself. Now that Severo has level 4, might be a little bit more aggressive going up against this Moskov. Now looks like the Louis.
All right, here comes a diversion as well. The rest of Onyx PH come through. Ludwig gets taken down. That's the first on the board for the Super Fam.
Yep, but still, I think in terms of punish, that was actually a very good punish because the minion waves were coming through. So there's a lot of EXP that Luffy is going to be missing out on. And he won't feel the pressure now, but he will definitely feel in the second Turtle. To the point where I have to think, even Luffy is thinking whether he should join the fight or just push the lane. Try to play the side lanes going up against Onyx Philippines, especially with this Louis on the map.
And now suddenly, the gentleman's agreement between Kelra and Savero have to be disrupted. The Turtle will be spawning that half of the map. Brusco first to the scene. Unless Kyrie has something to say about it. Kyrie and Savero first to the pool. Sans holding that fence brush. Another diversion. Turtle at about 10th of its health. Sans helping burst it down. Onyx PH couldn't even react.
The decision coming in from Onyx ID, making it through that. It's not a dance, it's just a stick to straight up take. Now Onyx ID were roughly around 2,000 gold ahead going up against Onyx Philippines. But again, I feel like for both teams, the goal lead doesn't really impact that much because both composition doesn't really have a big snowball with that kind of goal.
Kyrie drops Kirk, forces that vengeance. In the protection of tier 2, Kirk will survive. Kelra throwing out that SOD in case his XP later needs a little bit of help. Onyx ID, huge rotation not leading to much. I mean, they chunked a bit of that energy shield down bottom, but that's a good save for Onyx PH.
And this is what a Farsa can really afford you. A lot of pressure down in the early game. And Altera getting that turret. So honestly, a very good trade coming in from both teams. The goalie doesn't really change much. And now the diversion just to give more farm over to Calra. At this point, they're just hyper farming Calra, making it so that he gets all the minions.
That's right. Double laning on a Moskov with very low effort to help with the diversion. Kyrene Savero holding his brush. I think Calra's aware.
And at this point, K-Boy having the fast of the Oasis, that's a big power spike for the entire team of Onyx Indonesia, because it makes it so that the next turtle, if they choose to go for a fight, they're at a very big advantage. Because at this point, I feel like Onyx Philippines, they don't really have any anti-heal.
Yep, not a single turtle yet going over to Onyx PH. They're doing their darndest to protect this tier 1 up top, but Onyx ID will go ahead and shrink the real estate Onyx PH is allowed to play in. They're taking this XP lane fight to the mid lane, because again, this is a lot of pressure coming from Onyx. They're now building to a 3k gold lead up to this last turtle.
The saving grace here is both Kirk as well as Kara is having a relatively good time, still able to farm up. No deaths yet for both Kara as well as Kirk. Super Prince as well, not involved so much, but again, not punished. So this is a situation where Onyx Philippines, they're losing, but honestly not by much. This is still a comeback game coming in from Onyx Philippines.
Yep, this is a controlled amount of losses that Onyx PH are giving. Call it a margin of error that they're working with in the early game. 100% turtle take rate for the Sky Kings. Yet Onyx PH, they don't look so sweated. They don't look so troubled. And now in comes Brusco, looking for a one hit with a tsunami slam. Zaman forced out of Savannah curtain call. He's not able to dash on through forward. Brusco flickers back. King Kong holding the line. Ooh, that is the Appraiser's wrath, forcing a hard on Savero. In comes one from the side. That's Ludwig looking for damage. Instead, Kirk gets taken down. Brusco follows suit. The Super Fam are crumbling. They put in so much effort, and all they got out of that was the top lane. They traded 2 bodies for the top lane tier 2.
They tried to punish the Boxia's worst nightmare, which is checking the bush in mid. So many moments there, but hold on, Kelra getting targeted by Lupe. Oh! Gets the kill off the Kelra.
KO.
That was an amazing move coming in from Lupe, but yeah, Onyx Philippines, they try to use that bush to their advantage to get them. But again, this is one of the strengths of having an Angela. The moment you feel like you're out of the match, she brings you back in. And all this while, again, this is a very scrappy team fight, but the fact that Onyx ID, they have heal, Onyx Philippines, they have heal as well. It became very extended and eventually giving enough time for Lupe to get that flank angle onto Kelra.
Onyx may have overestimated their margin of error. Now Kirk is in trouble. No one can save him here. Ludwig gets another kill. Here comes the rest of Onyx PH, but it might be too little, too late. This Angela Baksha is capable of so much more than just brute forcing its way into team fights. Again, concrete example is that last engagement mid. They feigned the Kumar bush and said, no,
oh, yeah.
It's not us who's in trouble, it's you.
This is what my mom always says. Behind every successful fight, there's an Angela behind there. Heck, sometimes she takes the kill.
I need the stats on how good Angela is in MSC. It's interesting that she did not get banned here. Now the dance begins. Onyx ID, definitely the favored one. Onyx PH, I don't know what they're thinking, trying to contest. King Kong taking this long brush down bottom. Federer struck already. Lord at a 10th of himself. The 16th, the 20th. King Kong with a steal. He's happy with what he got. He's just going to waste Onyx ID's time crossing the long way, forcing a response. Onyx ID will definitely punish him here. But at the cost of a Lord from out of their nose, I'd say it's worth it.
It was 100% worth it. This feels like an AOT moment where they just ask King Kong, like, go and die, but get that Lord from us. A bit of a mistake coming in from Kyrie, using the retribution a little bit too early. You saw that slither of health linger there for a very long time, allowing King Kong to get that. But hey, those are the kind of mistakes that differentiates $100,000.
If I'm not mistaken, Kyrie just used, King Kong just used the first skill, didn't even retribution.
No.
He was waiting for the threshold and instead made that nanosecond call to go, I will not retribution, I will just use my first skill, and he got away with it. And I guess that does help the map equalize. It did enhance this initial wave that was coming out from Onyx. So yeah, this allows for the Super Fam to be a little more proactive. Feigning a diversion there keeps the gold lead at a manageable 4K.
Something to consider as well. Kara now has the opportunity to build here. Diversion. Trying to figure out whether they want to go for it or not. Kyrie going into the bush.
Here we are.
Diversion is going to use it. Oh, they're bringing him in! Straight into the inhibitor!
That's dirty! Very well orchestrated. A freak of MLBB nature. You see the smile on Kirk's face. Can't believe they fell for that one. Kyrie forced to take a dirt nap for what could only be called an RG experiment done on the grandest stage of them all.
Can I just say, this, we can now make a compilation of every international of where the Boxia just goes inside a bush and then just escalates to become worse and worse and worse and worse. I don't think we'll see anything more dirty than that one, but hey, knowing the MLBB community, they'll figure something out.
You know what? After what happened,
oh look at this.
The Kyrie's Boxia M5. This is just but a flesh wound. It's hilarious, I'll tell you that.
It's hilarious, yeah.
No one saw it coming up until it happened, but now we know it's possible. Now you know you can do it.
Hey, that's a TikTok reel.
It's waiting to happen. How many remixes?
I think that will stay all the way to M10, but either way, right now, Onyx Philippines, it's like, yes, they only got 2 kills, but I feel like they won. Right? I feel like in this situation, Onyx ID, they're in full control. Well, Onyx PH, they kind of won. Now, looking at items as well, having the Guardian Helmet for King Kong, making it easier for him to move around the Lord, which is spawning around their side of the map. Kara at this point is just waiting for that Malefic gun, and at that point, we're going to wait for Kara to make play. He's farming up, trying to get that level 15, making sure that he hits every single power spike available. But something to keep in mind as well, Savero is on the way for, forget the item's name, but more spell man. And now the Malefic
concentrated energy.
Thank you very much, Theo.
Yeah, this is just a fight waiting to happen. Not even bringing on the full-on dance. Kyrie forced the poisons already. Kelra pushing down bottoms. Down force on Savero. Plus the hard guard from Keyboy. And they crash on to Kelra. Tsunami slam away. King Kong with the Abrasive Transformation Fusion. No one hit by the SOD. So Kelra's going to have to take the walk of shame, but it's alright. Ain't no shame in doing your job. He pushed all the way into that inhibitor down bottom. Onyx PH suddenly have the map on their side despite the 4K goal disadvantage.
Onyx PH got the cake and eat it too. They got the inhibitor, they got the Lord, they got the psychological damage onto Onyx Indonesia.
The Super Fam walked into Onyx ID's room and said, Mom said I can have your bed. And laid in it for a month. Onyx ID is now wondering where it all went wrong because they had everything under control. They even sent Sans home to defend, but they still lost that turret. And now they're looking at a simultaneous wave push. All 3 coming in. A Lord down bottom. They're going to lose everything here.
Game 5 is solid proof of why brothers always fight. And now, Onyx Philippines, if you look at the score, you would think they're behind, but look at this. They're almost inside the base of Onyx Indonesia.
Brusco
just fainting, not going in just yet. The Lord is going to be handled by Savero.
Oh, there's a conceal. Lupi thrown out a few punches. Champion stats already used. The knockout punch not going to keep him alive, but the hard guard will. Oh, for how long? He's down. Super Fritz takes him. So does the inhibitor. It goes down. The next stop, the base, maybe the top 8 inhibitor. Kyrie eating a lot of damage from Onyx PH. It's a bare base for the Sky Kings. They have to defend.
But now, 1 minion, they're able to deal with that. But now, the other minion wave is coming in. It's coming down mid.
4v5, and their airstrike plus the Salmon Force. The isolation from Brusco. Use the Purify. Sparrow is down. Kyrie and Sans. Keyboy 2 left to defend. Kyrie eating a lot. Hard guard keeping him alive, but it's over.